Welcome to the Full Authority meeting, Friday the 19th of May. Thank you, Ruth. I was looking at the minutes of the last meeting, which is on a separate pile. I'm pleased someone is listening. Thank you very much, Janet. Before we start, I'd like to welcome our newest member, who's sitting in the middle of the room, Dr. Ruth Swetnam. I'm not going to embarrass her by asking her to say a few words at this point, other than I gave a short pen picture before. Ruth is a geographer, landscape specialist. We're looking forward to her input into the debate and discussion going forward. But as I said to you, Ruth, it's be a learning curve today, but do chip in at any point, please. So let's press on with the meeting, now that we've established, Janet, that it's May and not March. Thank you. Let's start with apologies for absence. Ruth.
Thank you. We've got apologies for absence from Councillor Gregory, Councillor Armitage, Councillor Richardson and Miss Harling.
Thank you very much. And let's have a roll call of members and any declarations of interest. Joe.
Thank you. Could members state if they're present and any declarations of interest, please? Mr Beresford.
Present and no declarations of interest.
Councillor Brady.
Present and no known declarations of interest. It's a very long agenda.
Councillor Chaplin. Councillor Chaplin, who was here a minute ago.
Present and no declarations of interest.
Councillor Chapman.
Present, interested in 14, being chair of More Future. Shall I say that again? Yeah. Present and declaration of interest in item 14 as I'm chair of the More to the Future partnership.
Councillor Farrell.
Present and no declarations of interest.
Councillor Finesse.
Present, no interest.
Councillor Greaves.
Present and no declarations.
Professor Haddock Fraser.
Present and no declarations.
Mr Hamid.
Present and no declarations.
Councillor Hart.
Present and no declarations of interest.
Councillor Heath.
Present and no declarations of interest.
Councillor Huddleston.
Present, no declarations of interest.
Councillor McLaren.
Present, no declarations.
Councillor Murphy.
Present and no declarations of interest.
Councillor Potter.
Present and no declarations of interest.
Councillor Priestley.
Present and no declarations of interest.
Miss Slack.
Present and no declarations of interest.
Mr Smith.
Present and no declarations of interest.
Councillor Tapping.
Present, no declarations of interest.
Dr Swetnam.
Present and no declarations of interest.
Councillor Taylor. Councillor Warmby.
Present and no declarations of interest.
Miss Witter.
Present and no declarations of interest.
Councillor Woods.
Present and no declarations of interest.
Councillor McCloy.
Present, and I think just for completeness, item 19, I declare on behalf of all of the authority an interest in that item.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then we'll move on to the minutes of the previous meeting, 17th of March. Are we all happy? Any comments or corrections? In that case, can I have a mover, please, and a seconder? Thank you. All in favour? Thank you very much. Urgent business. We have one item of urgent business that the Chief Executive wants to bring. Phil, do you just want to summarise it and then I'll suggest how we take it forward?
Yes, the item is to get members to approve our monitoring officer arrangements once we have disestablished the head of law post.
Thank you very much. I suggest that we tag on this item at the end of the Part A agenda, so a new item, item 17, and it will be self-explanatory when we come to that item. Thank you. Public participation. We have one speaker, a member of the public, who will be joining us later for item 16, the Upper Derwent Valley Reservoir item. So we'll look forward to hearing from that gentleman then. So let's get on to items for information. Chair's briefing. As you know, members, this is my last full authority meeting in the chair and as a member of the authority as well. However, I will be going through the motions of opening the AGM on 7th of July, at which point, if you permit me, I may say a few words of farewell and reflection. I was considering this morning, but I think I'll hold off till the AGM if that's okay. But there are a small number of members for whom this meeting will definitely be their last meeting, either not standing again in the AGM or in one case lost their seat in the local elections. And there may be members around the table who are not coming back, but we won't know until the AGM when councils decide who they're appointing and the outcome of the parish member elections. So it's a little bit up in the air. But we know for certain that there are 5 members who are leaving, and they are Zahid Hamid, who has done the full 10 years now as a National Secretary of State member, Councillor Pete Tapping, you're not standing again as a parish member, Chris Finesse, you're not standing again as a local authority member, and William Armitage, who is not with us today, North East Derbyshire councillor, who lost his seat and clearly has not come back. And I won't be standing again as well. So we have 5 members for certain who are not, who are leaving the authority. It's quite possible that there will be 1 or 2 other members, as I say. Councillor Hart, I understand that you may well be coming back to join us. So the certificate of appreciation, the leaving certificate, I might just put to one side for that. And likewise, although he's not here today, Andrew Gregory, I think has aspirations to join us again, but possibly not as the Cheshire East member. So there's a lot still unknown, and there may be members who we don't see again, either in the room or not. And if they don't come back to the authority, rest assured they will get a certificate of appreciation and a phone call from me to thank them on all our behalves for their contributions. But but I do have some certificates, and I'm going to embarrass those small number of members that I mentioned at the beginning there, because I would like to publicly thank those members for their contribution, and I'm going to ask them to come forward and if you can navigate your way and receive your certificates and for members to show their appreciation. So Zahid, you have served 10 years quietly in the background doing an incredible job. Thank you very much from all of us for your contribution. Chris Finesse, as I say, we may be seeing you again, but you have been here a long time as a local authority member, and again, you've served well. Thank you very much, Chris. And Pete Tapping, we've seen you for 4 years as a parish member. We've enjoyed your contribution. Thank you very much. And here's a little token of our appreciation for you to mount and put on the wall of your study. But thank you, Pete. As I say, there are other certificates, including one to William Armitage that I've signed, that I will make sure William gets with a appreciation, a verbal appreciation on your behalf as well. So that's all I'm going to say from the chair for briefing. As I say, I'll leave some personal reflections for the AGM moment on the 7th of July. Moving on to Chief Executive's report. Phil's report has been tabled. Phil, you wanted just to mention one thing in particular in addition to that.
Thank you, Chair. So the report covers a lot of my external engagements, which have been significant, but It's worth saying that a lot of my time has been spent internally recently with the organisational change, and I'm sure you all appreciate that that's taken a lot of my time up. I'm going to write a short note to staff, members and volunteers later today, and that will include the findings of our latest staff and volunteer survey. I thought members would like to see that. So there was a very good level of participation in that, and overall, especially given the circumstances we're facing, I'm pleased with the kind of comments and the way people are showing their support for what we're doing. So you'll get to see that later today. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much. Any questions from members? Kath Potter.
Chair, I'd just like to express my appreciation to our CEO. I think it's great that we receive where and what he's been doing the previous few months. And it's most commendable when I see the places he's visited, and you've accompanied him on some. So thank you very much for showing such an intention and understanding of where we're coming from. This is beneficial to us as members to know that you are going to these places, so thank you.
Kath, thank you very much. Well said. And I concur entirely. Phil has really been putting himself around. As you can imagine, for a Peak District Chief Executive Officer, there are a lot of people that want your ear, but a lot of other deserving people, organisations, groups, including a lot of grassroots, parish councils and so on, that we need to engage, and Phil has been making a point of going around to see them, and will continue to do so. So thank you, Kath. Okay, we move on to items for decision. Now, the first two items, external audit, we were due to be joined by Mark Surridge from Mazars. He's not arrived yet. We think he might be caught up in traffic. So I suggest, if it's okay with everyone, we'll... Okay, so in that case, Mark Surridge is not able to join us today. Thank you. I was going to suggest we jump to the internal audit and wait for Mark, but if he's not going to join us, we'll take the external audit as the agenda is set out. In which case, Justine, if you can just very briefly introduce item 7, the auditor's annual report and the audit strategy on behalf of Mark.
Sorry, my microphone hasn't turned on. It's just waking up. Okay, sorry about that, everybody. Good morning. So the first report is actually the conclusion of the 2021 audit, external audit. When the accounts were presented to members in February, the value for money results hadn't actually been concluded, although Mark Surridge did say that he intended to give a clean bill of health with regards to the value for money results, and that has now been included into the auditor's annual report. The fees for the audit report for last year were £20,000, and the authority actually received money from central government to support those fees of just over £5,000. So all of the information is included in the external audit report. Apologies, not expecting to present this. Any questions from anybody?
I think it's a fairly straightforward report and doesn't raise any particular issues on my reading. Members happy with it? Yeah. In which case we're being asked to consider and note it. Can I have a mover, please, and a seconder? Thank you, Ken. All in favour? Thank you very much. That's unanimous. And then let's move on to the audit strategy. Looking ahead, again, this will be familiar to members. Justine?
So this is setting out the audit strategy for the 22-23 audit of the statement of accounts. And achieving an unqualified value for money opinion is now included in the authority plan. So that's a key authority objective under financial resilience. If I can draw members' attention to the time frame in the report. So this is on page 10 of the external auditor's report. So they've already completed their planning and risk assessment back in February 2023. They are coming in to do their interim audit a little bit later this year in July, with their fieldwork and their main audit of the statement of accounts through August and October, with the completion due in October for final presentation to members in November of this year. If I can also highlight some of their significant risks and other key judgment areas on page 14. This is quite familiar, should be familiar with members, and their key areas of risk are the management override of controls, looking at the valuation of the net defined pension benefit liability and the valuation of property and plant and equipment. Both of those last two are significant values within the authority's balance sheet. And the fees for the 22-23 audit have not yet been confirmed. However, I suspect that they will be similar to the overall value as last year.
Justin, thank you. Yes, if Mark Surridge was here, I might have a comment on fees, but there's not much point otherwise. Any other comments from or questions from members? I think, again, it's all self-explanatory, and especially the information around value for money will be important reading when we get to that point. Okay, if in that case, if members are satisfied, this is the strategy going forward. Can I have a mover for the recommendation? Thank you, and a seconder. All in favour? Thank you very much. That's passed. And then we move on to the internal audit. Welcome, Ian Morton, Veritao again. You're going to present your audit report block, and again, Ian, some very positive news. Over to you.
Morning, everyone. This is our usual report of the second block of work we've completed for the year. We've completed 3 audits, all 3 of them substantial assurance, which is the highest rating we provide, so that's all pretty positive. The 3 we've done this time are HR, contract management and planning. There's no formal findings on the contract management audit, although there's a comment about the payroll contract where I think we'd probably benefit from doing a formal review at some point in time with that. In terms of the HR one, there's 3 formal findings. We're quite happy with all the responses. So talking about monitoring of quality of appraisals, absence trigger points, and also we identified that 1 or 2 return to work meetings hadn't taken place, which should have done. And in terms of the planning audits, the main finding there is around extensions to time, which haven't been documented in all cases consistently. But I think you're all aware that there's been various issues in the planning service in terms of resourcing and general issues in there. So I think that's probably not really a surprise. We're quite happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Ian. Pete, and then I'll come to Ginny.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I'm surprised that we get a substantial recommendation when, of the total staff, 101 members had no review for 2 years. I'd regard having staff reviews and having an interview with your manager during the year, in any 1 year, was vital to staff well-being and the management of the business. And that there's no reference, although there's a reference to the amount of sickness, that's not related to the fact that perhaps staff don't know where they are, don't know what they're doing, don't know if they've done a good job or a bad job. I know the shock of having a bad review after 2 years, when you've not been talked to for 2 years, is something quite dramatic for a lot of people. I'd want to wonder what your opinion is of that.
Ian.
I think in terms of the lack of appraisals which have taken place at times, I think that's been a known issue. And I think there has been a process already put in place to rectify that going forward. So hopefully that is an issue which won't be repeating going forward. So that's sort of why we've had the assessment that we have, that I think it's a known issue and it's already been rectified.
Gumpy?
Yeah, I think that's what he said last time. To be fair, I think I look back and I think the last review picked up the fact that staff reviews weren't being held. And I do think it's something that HR should clamp down on and should really be focusing on, because I think I see all the stuff about staff stress and people leaving as well, and if they don't feel they're being treated properly by the organisation, and they have no understanding of where they are and how well or how badly they're doing their jobs, then it is going to contribute to staff sickness and staff being feeling undervalued or not valued properly.
Pete, okay. Point noted. Thank you. Ian, I don't want to prolong this particular thing because I have other speakers, but go on.
Just very briefly, we will be meeting with Justine in the next couple of weeks to prepare the plan for next year. And one of the options we can do for next year is actually a follow-up on this area, if that's sort of members' wishes.
Well, I think subject to other comments, I suggest that probably is looking at nods around the table if that's a concern to members. But let's hear from other members. Ginny Priestley.
Well, firstly, I'd support what Peter's just said. But my point was really, and I may have missed this, but I just wondered within the planning audit where enforcement comes in. Because I couldn't pick up where enforcement was being. Does that sit somewhere else?
Sorry, that wasn't within the scope of the order. That wasn't one of the areas we looked at.
So would that fit in another section of the audit?
Yeah, I mean, if enforcement's one of the things that people want us to look at as part of next year's plan, we can certainly consider that as part of next year's plan.
Okay, let's hold that thought for the moment. Patrick Brady, and then Mike.
Thank you, Chairman. I was going to raise the same question as Ginny, actually, because, and we'll come back to this later on the agenda again as well, but enforcement is a planning risk, and it's certainly something we need to get to grips with. My other comment is about page 93, where it says that appeal decisions, planning appeal decisions, that contradict the planning officer's original determination should formally be reviewed if any changes are required for future applications. I wish we had the time and the resources to do that, but if you're going to really get to understand why we've lost a particular case, you do really, unless it's very obvious on the face of the inspector's report that they've made a complete mess of it, you do have to delve, and you have to go and review the case we've made and all the rest of it. And I don't think there's any way that there's any committee of this authority that would be in the position to do that. I'm in absolutely no doubt whatsoever that Brian Taylor and his people do review their own decisions. Occasionally they get a missive from me or Ken or one or two others to say what's happened here and so on and so forth. Those sort of things do happen. But I do not think it's practical. Not least because actually inspectors' decisions, and I've been involved with planning appeals for the best part of 40 more years, inspectors' decisions are very erratic. Some of them are brilliant and very good. Others a bit more, well, you know, they haven't quite got that right. And I don't think it's particularly helpful to spend a lot of resource going into that, certainly not on a formal basis. And I think probably what happens now is as far as we need to go, unless there's a major issue which comes up. And when that happens, it's talked about in committee, and I'm quite sure that then that is followed up.
Patrick, thank you. Mike Chaplin.
Thank you, Chair. I completely agree with what Patrick has just said, but that's not why I was going to speak. But I would say in many cases it is a judgment call, both at committee level, you know, how you take material considerations into account, and again when the inspector looks at it when appeals come forward. So I don't quite see how you could do a more thoroughgoing review of it. My comments relate to page 109, weaknesses in health and safety monitoring completion, that some staff training was found to be outstanding, which is brilliant, but clearly there are gaps elsewhere, and it's the inconsistent approach in identifying and assessing and mitigating health and safety risks. And there's a lack of clarity around roles and responsibilities for health and safety risks. And I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
Sorry? Oops. I do apologise.
Mike, hold that one to the next item. We're still on block 2 of 22-23. Thank you, David. I was getting confused at that one as well. Mike, we'll come back to you for the next item. Charlotte Farrell.
Sorry, this is probably a very naive question, but I just didn't understand how a substantial assurance could be given for planning in the light of all the problems that there are. And yeah, it's probably a very naive question, and there's probably a very good reason for it, but that was...
Ian, I'll come back to you in a moment. Charlotte, thank you. I'll return to that question. Charles Greaves.
Thanks, Jeff. If I understand it correctly, there we go. Sorry. Thank you, Chair. If I understand it correctly, if you like, the substantial assurance is to say that the issues have been identified and we've got a plan in place. Perhaps the focus really needs to be on getting some reports back on the delivery of the plan by HR and by the heads of planning. I think that's perhaps where the concerns lie.
Charles, thank you. Ian, I'm going to come back to you now around this planning, because I know one or two other members raised their eyebrows that you, in your report, planning have received substantial assurance, but it had in the framework that you'd said it. Can you just explain that a bit more? Because members are acutely aware, as we all are, of some of the issues that planning has faced. So for them to come out with substantial assurance is, on the face of it, quite perverse.
Yeah, I think... Sorry.
Yeah, you're on.
Charles, yeah. I think the comments Charles just raised are pretty accurate. I think the reason it got substantial is because they are known issues which you already have a plan in place to respond to. So we're not sort of saying anything to you that people are not already aware of, and there's not something in place. If there were these issues and they were known, but there was no plan in place to deal with them, and the plan in place wasn't appropriate, then the assurance level would have changed.
But Ian, how far, or whether, in fact, did you look at that plan of response and form a judgment on that?
We looked at the plan. We didn't look at it in massive detail, but we're reasonably happy that it's a reasonable plan to have in place given the circumstances. And you know, as I said before about this and the appraisal issue, it's part of the discussion we'll have with Justine in the next few weeks about next year's work, and whether part of that work does involve checking how that plan is progressing, you know, or in terms of the appraisal one, checking that the appraisal process, because there'll be a new appraisal process that have kicked in for this new year, and then we can review how that's gone as well. So that'll be part of the planning discussions we have, and then bring that plan back to you at I think the meeting in late July is the plan.
And that would be the internal audit plan going forwards?
For 23-4.
At which point members will either sign off or will feed into it. But I suggest that we can be doing that now based on a lot of the comments already this morning. I've got, Pete, is it a new point? Because I want to... Yeah, go on then.
Under page 95, which is the planning thing, the agreed action, as you said, is an agreed plan. It says the authority will create a clear audit trail, but then the bullet points underneath are this could, this would, this should. They're not imperatives. They're not. That's not. To my mind, that's not a defined plan. That's some suggestions of what may be done. If you want to, if you're going to give us a substantial rating, then surely that plan should be absolutely concrete and not some ideas that might happen in the future.
Pete, thank you. At the back of the room, Brian Taylor, Head of Planning. Brian, did you want to come in because you were catching my eye? If you do, could you come to the microphone, please? It may be up, yeah. I don't want to prolong this discussion too much, but planning is such a key issue at the moment, and it's important with the internal auditor that he goes away with the right message from members. Brian, briefly.
Yeah, I think going back to Charlotte's question, really, it was what's been audited. And I think the thing that I understood that's been audited were the systems and controls that we, allow us to register applications, to validate them, to start the consultation process. And those elements, those basic systems that we use from a customer and business perspective have substantial assurance. The question about how many applications we determine in time wasn't audited. That's the question that the government are looking at. That's the national standard. So I think they're two different things, basically. I think underneath that, how we're set up through our business systems to, get payments for applications, start the process on time, get the consultation material in, all those systems have substantial assurance. I think that is the basic thing that's been audited.
Brian, thank you. Ian, do you want to say anything further?
No, I think, just as we've said, that there's scope to widen the scope in terms of planning, or, as you say, to look at enforcement or any of the areas as part of next year's plan.
I think I'm drawing out two themes here for you to take away and consider. One on the planning side around enforcement, which has not been in scope here, but I think members feel, and I would concur, that it should be monitoring and enforcement. And the second, coming back to staff appraisals, looking again, as I think, Pete, you mentioned, to go back and be more rigorous and more thorough in terms of what's the result, rather than just coming back again with the same narrative. Kath Potter.
Thank you, Chair. I actually feel very sorry for the officers in a lot of cases, because I understand that during the last CEO rule, we lost 19 planning officers. Now, that's not easy for people coming in. You can't learn everything just like that. And I think, in a sense, we've got to understand how difficult it's been for new people coming in at such a high level. And so I am very concerned that we don't over-criticise when there's been terrible upheaval, as you can see, from all that number of officers leaving.
Kath, absolutely. But we have had reassurance, and we know that there is a plan taken forward, and that we're committing extra resources, and we are moving ahead with that. As has been said here, the substantial assurance for the planning is the systems, if you like, in place, which gives us some comfort. But clearly, members would like you, Ian, to look in particular at planning and monitoring enforcement going forward, and to be aware that planning is under the spotlight, and it is certainly from members' perspective as well. So with those messages to the internal auditor, on the understanding that it will come back to members as a strategy going forward in terms of what will be covered, and members will have a chance to then discuss it and to analyse and adjust if need be. Otherwise, the recommendation is that we accept this paper going forward. Can I have a mover, please? And a seconder? Thank you. All in favour of this one? Thank you very much. Anyone against? There's one. Any abstentions? So just one against. Thank you very much. And then we'll move on to the internal audit annual report. Ian, can you just quickly summarise this for us, then I'll go to members.
Yeah. Okay, very quickly, this is a statutory report that we're required to do by guidance and accounts and audit regs, and this requires us to provide an annual opinion based on the work we've completed. You can see in Appendix A all of the audits we've completed during the year, which is everything we had planned. 7 different audits, 6 substantial assurance. The only one with a lower assurance level is health and safety, which is reasonable assurance. Appendix B provides a summary of the reports which weren't included in Block 2, but we discussed the Appendix B reports at the last meeting in February. And probably the key issue, which is the one everyone always wants to hear, is overall we're providing substantial assurance and there's nothing that we think needs to be included in your annual governance statement. Also within the report, it refers to the review of our own performance against standards. Last time we were reviewed, we were awarded generally conforms, which doesn't sound great, but that's actually the highest rate in which you're able to get. But just to let you know that we are due a reassessment. It has to be done every 5 years, so we're being reassessed this summer. So the auditors are going to be audited. And when we get that report, we'll report back to this committee on the results of that. But happy to take any questions.
Ian, thank you. What a concept, auditing the auditors. Yeah. Thank you. Mike, did you want to just come back to your point?
Yeah, I'm sorry I got ahead of myself earlier. It's really whether the actions put in place will actually address the problems and concerns. I was surprised to see that centralisation of health and safety records has not been done, because I thought that was flagged up in the previous report, if memory serves. Because it's only then that you'll have a clear idea of where the weaknesses are in health and safety training and risks, whether on site or off. It's having a handle on that information can then best guide you in making sure that we're keeping our people safe.
Sure, Mike. Thank you, Ian.
Yeah, I mean, we discussed this one at the meeting in February, and I think we're quite happy with the action plan in place in terms of how they're going to change the recording of training for health and safety. But again, that could be something we can follow up as part of the next year's work.
So, Mike, just be reassured that the auditors is listening to our comments and will be following certain leads up based on what we're saying. Thank you. Zahid.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, mine's a very pedantic point. Can I just check for clarity and consistency that we are talking about the 22-23 annual report, whereas at paragraph 1 and 12 it talks about 21-22?
So it is, yeah, for clarity. Thank you, Zahid. We enjoy some pedantry. It is 22-23, not in the first line of the report, 21-22. Thank you. Any other questions or comments on this report? Otherwise, can I have a mover, please? And a seconder, thank you. That's Chris and Charles, all in favour. Thank you. I'll take that as unanimous. Thank you very much, Ian and Justine. And Justine, over to you for item 11, slippage requests. Could you begin just by, for the benefit certainly of our newest member, but possibly others as well, just to explain what is slippage?
No, Mike.
There we go. Yep.
Thank you. Yes, I had got that in my briefing, but essentially what slippage is, it's the carrying forward of unspent budget from one financial year to another financial year. I can apologise on the previous note. As a finance person, sometimes you're working in 3 different financial years, so getting the numbers right is sometimes challenging in reports. I think as well I'd like to say that this is a little bit different to the report that I would usually bring to members in May. So I'll give you a little bit of a background for the reason for that. So usually a slippage would form part of a wider or out-term report on the previous financial year. The authority has to publish a draft statement of accounts for 22-23 by the 31st of May this year. For the previous 2 financial years, that date has been pushed back to the 31st of July. That was originally due to the coronavirus pandemic. However, for both of those financial years, the final out-term position changed between being presented to members in May and then the statement of accounts being completed in draft format and then as a result of the external audit. It is also incredibly challenging to get the full picture with the narrative to members by May. So I felt that this year I would rather have a good, accurate report to bring to members in July. However, there is a culture at the authority of allowing unspent budgets to be carried forward to the next financial year, and that term is slippage. If this particular report was left until July, those slippage requests would remain unauthorised until July, and that could cause some operational problems for the services who've made plans to hopefully use some of that budget in the next financial year. While some would argue they perhaps shouldn't be looking at their budgets in that way, and I agree with that viewpoint, this is something that I've been working with the management team to reduce significantly from when I first got at the authority. And as you'll see in this paper this year, the amount to be approved is £315,000, down from £939,000 last year. And in fact, we've made it clear to the management team that we don't want slippage requests next year. So we don't want any of the 23-24 budget to be carried forward into 24-25 budgets. We would much prefer a more strategic approach to underspent budgets and actually some better budget better management in the year. So therefore, for this year at the moment, after allowing for the slippage requests at Appendix 1, the draft underspend for 22-23 is around £760,000, of which approximately £460,000 relates to pay due to vacancies in the year. Now that figure might seem quite stark. However, when you look at the previous slippage reports, the actual underspend is probably similar to previous years. What has changed this year is that a large proportion of that budget is not being asked to be carried forward. And this value will be added to our general fund. The underspend will be added to general fund rather than a slippage request. I'd also like to note that work is still being completed on this year's statement of accounts, so that value of outturn is potentially subject to change. So I'd like to ask members if they could approve the £315,000 worth of slippage to be taken into the 23-24 budget. Thank you.
320?
It's 350, my apologies. The first line is incorrect. There was a duplication in the table, so I corrected the table, but not the first line.
315. Okay, thank you. Over to members. Chris Finesse.
Thank you, Chair. You say last year it was 900,000 odd. Yes. Has that all been paid now then? Has it all gone through? Oh. What's happened to it?
Well, some of it is this year's underspend again, and I think this is again why we're wanting to change that culture, because what I can't get to the bottom of is whether we're carrying the same money forward all the time.
So did you say that next year it will be nil? So you were nil?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
So, Chris, I've, Justine and myself and now Phil have made it our mission to eradicate slippage. It's down to zero because there's clearly been a culture where underspend is just carried through one year to the next, and as you say, potentially there's a block of money just constantly going forwards, which is not a prudent way to manage your spending, certainly not strategically. So it is being addressed. It's something I've raised before, but now finally I think we're getting on top of it. However,
we certainly have it every year at district. So is it unusual to have no slippage?
It's in my I not had slippage where the authority that I came from, it was a completely alien concept to me. I think it's fair to say that if something has happened in the year and you need to carry forward a budget, it's getting it to be on an exception basis rather than it to just be a culture of, well, I've got £5,000 here, I can do that with it next year. It's about being considered. Something's happened in the year. Obviously, we had the COVID pandemic. We hadn't been able to, finish a piece of maintenance work. Can we carry that forward? That is very different from the culture that has existed here.
I'm just concerned that you said some of the 900,000 from last year was still slippage. So can you be sure it won't be slippage again next year?
We'll just say no. That's the plan anyway. Okay. But also, it was a conversation that Phil and I had, and obviously with things that are changing in terms of organisational change, it was felt that we'll try and reduce it this year, try and be prudent with it, and then next year say, look, this is really going to be on an exception basis rather than put your forms in as a matter of course.
Okay, thank you.
Justin, thank you. Chris, thank you. James Beresford.
Thanks, Chair. I don't want to keep flogging this, and I'm really encouraged by that which Justine has said, that this is a last chance saloon for this. To me, all these requests here seem reasonable and, fine. But to me, it sounds opportunistic rather than strategic. And so, if we are to pursue a strategic approach and a determined approach, this can't happen again. There may well be some bits at the margins because that's life. But, I would support you in your aspirations to be nil next year. Absolutely, I would. But if it's a little less, then I don't think any of us are going to worry overly. What I would say is, though, you really have to be supported by everybody, all officers within the organisation, to make sure that there is a different approach to the way in which these budgets are managed.
James, thank you. I've got a long list of members who want to speak, and then I'll come back to officers. Charles.
Thanks, yeah. There is a place for slippage, rollover, carry forward, so I'm glad to hear that whilst maybe the focus is on zero, it really is more of a case of agreeing it by exception. I think there'd be a danger of going from one end of the scale to the other if it was completely ruled out. Those requests really should be for specific issues coming through as they arise, rather than just shoving it in at the financial year end. But
Charles, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Janet Haddett-Fraser.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just in the spirit of Zahid and his pedantry, I've got 2 points. This is the minor one. Paragraph 7, towards the end, it says reduced from 939k requested for 21 to 23. I think that's 21-22. But actually, my substantive point is I completely support this approach and I'm happy to move the recommendation. But can you explain a little bit more about what you mean by a strategic approach going forward? Do you mean a sort of central pot which money will be released from, rather than individuals holding contingency or slippage within their own budget?
I think that's something that Phil and I have been discussing, is having that central allocation, as you say, rather than it just being someone's budget for next year.
Okay, thank you, Janet, and you've moved it. Thank you. David Chapman.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, looking at this from a point of view of simplistic hill peasant, doesn't this mean that if somebody's not spending the budget, they'll think of things to spend it on? And could we start using words that actually refer directly to what's happening? I mean, what does slippage mean to anybody, really?
Let's just hold that thought. I think that's fine, which is why I invited Justine to explain what slippage means in our context, and ultimately it's a word that hopefully we won't use again going forwards. Let's hear from other members. Dermot Murphy. Oh, sorry, David.
Sorry, what was the first point of your question?
It was if people are finding they're going to have underspend and you're eliminating slippage, does that mean they may find things to spend it on that just to...
David, sorry, I thought it was a rhetorical question.
They already do. That's what slippage is, really. Some of it, as James actually said, some of this... One of the things I was trying to really make sure that people were doing is you've got an absolutely specific thing, but some of this I feel is opportunistic. And it's also, again, I think Charles made the point, is there's a real culture of people leaving it to the year end. And that's something I've got to work to drive through the year, that real budget management and checking your budgets beforehand. And with the best will in the world, I don't think you can stop people from doing that unless you then make that decision that they're not going to have that amount of budget in the following year. And slippage is a term I inherited. It was something I'd not come across before, but it's essentially a carry forward of budget from the previous year. I'd only heard it in a capital context, and obviously capital goes across several financial years, and whilst you might intend to do a certain amount in one year, and that's the only context that I'd heard of slippage before.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you. Dermot.
Thanks, Chair. I could be barking up the wrong tree here, but we continually have this slippage year on year. Just thinking about our external paymasters, could they be looking at this and thinking, do you guys really need the money that they're actually awarding us? Any excuse? I mean, I don't believe that's the case, but is there any sort of thoughts on, how this would be viewed externally?
Dermot, I can probably answer that. Yes, it is a concern, and I think that's a valid point. And it is probably one of the drivers that is behind this move to change the way we do it, because I think we are vulnerable if our accounts are analysed and, I don't know, mandarins at Whitehall decide that actually we've got too much slack in the budget. So thank you for that. Mike, briefly.
I want to thank Dermot for making the point that I was going to make, because I too, and it is a worry in the local authority that I represent, that we actually deal with underspends, not slippage. But we don't deal with many of those. We have more overspends to deal with. So I fully support the recommendation and your drive to get rid of this word from the local dictionary.
Right, thank you very much. Patrick.
Very briefly, I agree with Charles's point, but if I can help a little bit, I always understood there were two separate things. One of them is underspend, as Mike has just said, and the other one is slippage. And slippage is a specific project which should have taken X months or whatever it is and be completed by a certain date, and hasn't been for whatever reason, good or bad. And if you want the project to happen, never mind the accountancy, with all due respect, you've got to get the project finished one way or another. Underspend is those sort of pools of money where people don't spend it all and they hope they're going to have a bit more next year to spend and they don't know what it's going to be for yet, but it'll be useful in due course.
Thank you, Patrick. Charlotte.
So I hate to raise this, but it is a bit depressing that there's all this money sort of knocking around, and at the same time we're talking about closing the visitor centres and making staff redundant. I'll just sort of raise that.
Charlotte, thank you. Noted. Ginny.
It was just a point of interest, really, Justine. I wondered if this underspend or slippage, whatever term you want to use, was across the whole authority, or whether there were some departments which were more likely to have slippage than others.
If you look at the Appendix 1, it's broken down into those external-facing services. Whilst I understand that's probably not as obvious without things like the outturn report or the budget report. So it was those services who were putting through the requests. In terms of the enabling services and other services, they were much lower.
Okay, thank you very much. James, briefly.
And I promise briefly. I think, Charlotte, I understand the sentiment of that which you said entirely. However, slippage stroke underspends are short-termisms, and they should be short-termisms. Our visitor centres are long-term issues, and I think we should just make that point, sad as it may be.
Thank you. And before we go to vote, Phil, did you want to just come in?
Yeah, thanks, members. Really good points there. Appreciate those. Couple of points. When I started out as a VSO country director, if there was any money left in my country budget at the end of the year, it went back to the centre. I couldn't spend it in country. And that's what we're trying to get at here. Then the centre could reallocate it. So when we had a Boxing Day tsunami in Indonesia, we needed extra money. So we went to the centre and got the money for something that wasn't in our budget. And that's the concept here about it being strategic. You give it up back to the centre, and when someone needs it, it comes from the centre. You don't just carry it in-house and use it for other things. Now, what we do need to be better at is more realistic budgeting. Because if people are continually putting, their eyes are bigger than their tummy, and they think they're going to get this work done and they can't, we need to say, well, look, be more realistic. One of the big problems is with the staffing and the people leaving and the number of vacancies. A lot of this money is spent by people being in office doing work. If they're not in office, they can't do the work. Now, we're trying to address that with our bigger piece about a pay strategy, which will mean we won't have all the vacancies we've currently got. So there's a long-term strategy to try and spend the money that we allocate. Another thing that we're going to do is have this new financial system, which Justine didn't mention, but at the moment, managers don't have timely financial information to be able to know whether they're overspending or underspending. And we will be giving them that, monthly accounts as to where they're at. And that will also help eliminate this, because they'll know earlier on in the year that they're underspending and they've got time to then do something about it. And just finally, to echo James's point, I think, we shouldn't be talking about we're looking to close visitor centres. We're looking to engage visitors in new ways. And that's what we need to do. We need to allocate the money that we've got in the most strategic way to engage the most people.
Phil, thank you. We've had a good discussion and some very good points from members. And Justine, I think you've got a good endorsement for the way ahead here. Janet, thank you for proposing. Do you have a seconder? Thank you, Patrick. All in favour? Thank you very much. That's unanimous. So that's the financial stuff. I'm going to suggest we do go ahead now with item 12, after which we'll have a break, because we do have a number of other items that we must get to on the agenda, and I know one or two members do have to leave early for other meetings. So with your blessing, we'll press on and address item 12, after which we'll take a short break. Item 12 is the year-end performance report 22-23. Business plan, corporate risk register. I'm just waiting for Emily Fox, Head of Information and Performance, to join us. Emily is just going to present this on behalf of Holly, who's not here, and then we will go through section by section for comments and discussion. Emily.
Thank you. I've got a quick update on one of the appendices before I present the overall report. So turning to Appendix 2B, which is the Authority Plan Programme. Apologies, but accidentally some of the National Park Management Plan targets have been pulled across and into this table. So the targets that are currently in aims 1 to 4, so the ones after the purple enabling aims, are the management plan targets. Therefore, when we publish the performance and business plan, because this is in draft format at this stage, those targets won't be there. The only ones that will be visible will be the enabling targets, because they're actually the only ones in our authority plan, because the management plan targets we don't have direct control over, because they're ones collectively that we share with partners. So apologies for that, but in terms of officers, we've got the opportunity, as this is draft content, to rectify the minor mistake before we publish the full performance and business plan towards the end of June. Turning to the full report itself, this is the performance report for 22-23, which is the final year of the corporate strategy, and actually the report in front of you is therefore a combination of the year end of 22-23. It's also the draft performance and business plan text, and the covering report summarises what's gone well over the corporate strategy period and what hasn't gone quite as well over the last 4 years. In terms of highlights of what has been delivered and gone to plan, these include shaping the landscape scale policies, including environmental land management schemes and farming in protected landscapes, moors for the future, delivering on moorland restoration, Peak District Proud, sharing the ways that people can care for the national park, and launching of the Peak District Foundation. As I said earlier, this is the last report looking back at our corporate strategy. Into the future, we are looking at reporting on the authority plan very differently to the big and unwieldy, in some places, report that you have in front of you today. So we will be looking at how to make it more concise, how to include visuals more so that the information is more upfront, and ultimately giving members that more strategic picture in a format that's much easier to see. We're also looking at how we ensure that the links between the management plan and the authority plan are more clear, but also where those differences lie. So in terms of the report in front of you, you're asked to approve the report, including the 7 appendices. Thank you.
Emily, thank you very much. I am going to go through section by section to allow members to comment or ask about particular things, but any general points to start with? James, you had your hand up.
Chair, no, I think I'll wait till the end, if I may. It's a sort of fairly all-encompassing comment. So,
sure, thank you.
If you'd be happy, I
yeah,
would
absolutely. And Pete as well. Yeah.
Just a couple of minor points, so we'll wait till we go there.
Fine. And just to echo what Emily said, and I'm sure other members may say this as well, we are very alert to format and presentation and the fact this remains an unwieldy document and sometimes quite a complicated document. And as Emily has said, there's a live discussion going on, which Phil is very much central to, in terms of bringing this kind of report back to members in a more succinct, intelligible form to highlight the information that we as members need to know, the key stuff, and then signposting members to further background information in appendices or in other areas. So I'd like to think when members see this again, it will be a shorter, more agile document, a more intelligible document. But we have what we have in front of us now, and I'm going to suggest we go through section by section. And we start with the year-end performance report, 22-23. And the first outcome, and this is on page 127 of the pack, is a sustainable landscape that's conserved and enhanced. Will you shout out as we go through if you've got any specific questions about the RAG rating or any points made there? Janet.
Yeah, it's quite a specific question, and I don't think Sue Fletcher's here to answer it. It says in the first paragraph that DEFRA has decided not to create a new local nature recovery scheme, but to continue to improve and evolve CS instead. Does that mean we're not going to have local nature recovery strategies? Is that something different? Thank you.
Phil, would you like to respond?
Yeah, as I understand it, we've still got local nature recovery strategies that are county-based. So there are going to be 6 of those that cover the park, but we will, on top of that, be producing one that everyone signs up to for the park. I think that's very different from this point here about the scheme. There was one of the strands was around nature recovery. I think that's not going to be in the strand, but those strategies will be there.
So, yes, I can put your mind at rest, Janet. The nature recovery strategies and networks are very much going to be in place, and that doesn't refer to them here. Any other questions about this section? Patrick?
What do you mean by sections?
Oh, I'm going to move on next to a national park loved and supported by diverse audiences. Sorry, I beg your pardon. And I'm going to move on to that page 133. So this is audience engagement side of things. Any questions there? David?
Yeah, I am going to ask this. I know you and I discussed it briefly, but I just want to... It's the KPI 13, and we've got... which seems a little bit contrary to what we're going through at the moment, where it states that income mix this year, car parks and cycle hire not performing as well as expected. Other areas, e.g. trails, North Lees and visitor centres, overachieving on targets. And we've got visitor centres 60k over. Now, there's probably a very reasonable explanation for this, but I'd just like a bit more clarification with that, please.
Phil?
Yeah. So if you take any year, any performance, there are factors that are going to mean things are up or down. So we predict how they're going to be. That then becomes the budget, and then we perform against that. So the cycle hire, for example, that's lower this year than we expected. Previous years it's been higher than expected. I think there's the weather had a bit of a dent on the cycle hire. Visitor centres have they have done better than they were budgeted to, but you've got to remember that overall they are still, even with this being up, they're still costing significantly more than they generate. So the deficit on visitor centres every year is around 200 to 250,000. If you look at, they're over what they generate compared to what they cost. What they've done is take more through the till than they were expecting. That's what this is showing us. Well, they were budgeted to take, I should say. But overall, that still doesn't cover the costs of running them. Now, there are other years, and each of the visitors, some of them do better and worse, and there's all sorts of factors that go into that.
It's just with the current situation, with the current atmosphere, and this is a public document, and any member of the public picking up on that after what we all know we've been going through is likely to be not misconstrued but misunderstood. And I think, somebody picking that up and looking at that in its entirety is likely to be... I mean, if Castleton Historical Society get hold of this, they'll be up in arms. So should we have couched it in a different way, taking account and sympathy with the current situation?
Well, I should say that it's fantastic that visitor centres are over their budget, and I think the staff we've got in the visitor centres have been working really hard to try and achieve that. Even with all of their hard work and effort, though, what they're taking and making is still nowhere near covering the costs overall, and we have to also remember the number of people who are going through the door and are being reached. And that's what I said earlier, we need to review how we engage visitors across the whole park.
Phil, I'm not making any criticism or comment on that side of it. I'm just saying how this will appear to the public in general, having been told we've no money for. I'm not criticising the visitor centre situation. I'm just saying if I was not involved with the national park, and I got hold of this and read this after all the
David,
adverse publicity there's been.
Thank you, and I understand your point, but members have got to understand what the information is telling us as well, looking back. I'm very sorry I can't take comments from members of the public during the meeting. No, so I'm very sorry. Any other questions or comments? Janet?
Yeah, KPI 11, I noticed the RAG status is red on that. I just want it noted that we had a Programmes and Resources Committee meeting a couple of weeks ago, and the engagement theme was discussed there with data given on representation across multiple different areas. I just want to say it's a shame it's red, because they've done so much great work at generally getting representation up in a range of different areas. So it's not there in terms of socioeconomic and age, but it is in the other indicators. And I think I just want to... It's a shame it's red, because they've done such a great job in getting most of it there. And so thank you.
And it's... sorry, can you take your seat, please? We've had this conversation before, haven't we, Janet, about this RAG rating is quite binary, isn't it? You're either red or green, when in fact it's far more nuanced, and we know that when we look into it more. But thank you, point is made. Can we move on to thriving communities?
Before we do that, Chair, can I just, in the interest of pedantry, which seems to be a sub-theme today, NLHF is how it ought to be presented, not NHLF. I just thought I'd throw that in.
Thank you, Ken. It wouldn't be a meeting without your contribution in that fashion. Thank you. Thriving communities, this is page 136. Patrick.
Yes, Chairman. It's on page 136, the KPI 16. The more I read this, the less I'm really understanding what's going on and what this is about. The biannual updates, we did an update, I seem to remember, about 3 years ago. And well, we did the first one about 3 years ago. And that was actually simply, as I understood it, creating a picture of where the parishes were. There wasn't a policy thing. It wasn't in any sense an area of activity beyond stating what parishes thought the position was in their area. And it is probably quite a good thing to update that. But I'm having some difficulty relating that to the idea of communities involved in shaping the place, whatever that means. I'm not sure what that means. I don't know whether it means as a result of our intervention, or whether it's what parishes do anyway, or parish councils do anyway. And then we can say that the way of doing that is to undertake land use surveys. I'm sure land use surveys are useful, but I'm not quite sure where that's leading to. And I'm going on to the other two columns. I'm not really sure what 103 communities involved in shaping the place means, whether it's just parish councils or whether it's other different sorts of communities. I think we do need to clarify what we're trying to do here. Otherwise, I think there's a danger of you putting a lot of effort into something that may not have an awful lot of outturn.
Emily or Phil, are you able to respond at all on that? Patrick, we don't have as much detail in this kind of summary document on that as perhaps would be useful.
Yeah, I mean, it has been an officer exercise up to now, and I don't think that we as members have really been able to get to grips with what it's about and what we're trying to achieve.
Patrick, can you leave that with Phil in particular to consider how we come back on that one, because it is a fundamental issue for not just for parish members, but for the authority in terms of engaging local communities. Chris.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, to continue with KP16, I mean, I see the involvement of local communities as bit of the development of a neighbourhood plan. I can't see 32% of parishes being involved in a neighbourhood plan, but perhaps you can ponderize that. What percentage of communities have been involved with a neighbourhood plan?
Brian Taylor, are you able to shed any light on that without... Yep, yes, please.
Thank you. So a couple of things. I think the Shaping the Place KPI is really about what interventions we can do to help communities shape their own place, and there's a variety of ways that could do that. So it's not just parishes, it could be other community groups out there, and there's quite a menu of things that we can support communities with. So neighbourhood plans are a really good one, but they're a lot of effort. So there is only a kind of small cohort of communities that have really engaged that. There's possibly about 5 or 6 that are currently on with them out of all the 100 plus communities. So it's a small percentage, really. It is something we still promote and would love to get into, but other things might just be a community survey or an event of some kind, you know. So we've got what we class as a menu of things that we can help communities with, and that number in there is a set of events and projects that we've supported over the time.
But Brian, how do you get the needs of a community without a neighbourhood plan? I'm not clear on that at all.
Yeah, as Patrick said, the parish statement was probably the best way, because that actually engaged directly with each community. That was quite a big line in the sand moment, and we'd love to be able to redo that. We've been actually waiting until the census data is fully released, and once that's out there, I think we'll do a full review of that. I think that'll be really good sort of periodic information for every community. So the figures really kind of moved on quite considerably when we did that first piece of work. In the meantime, and with COVID, we've obviously not been able to do as much, but I think the tone of what we've said in there is that we're just starting that re-engagement piece again, and we've got some ambition to do that, but it'll be massively helped once we've got the census data.
So I think this probably leads to the suggestion that this is right for bringing back to members to learn more about how we engage communities, what engagement looks like, and the fact that, Chris, the neighbourhood plan is maybe one formal vehicle, but there are lots of other ways that we engage. So, Brian, if we can consider that to come back on the agenda at a future point, and then we can delve into that in more detail. Yes, Chris?
Yeah, I was just trying to add that in Bradwell, we have a neighbourhood plan which has been very effective. I'm just wondering what we could have done to affect planning rather than a neighbourhood plan.
I'll treat that as an open question,
Okay.
that we can hold that thought for when we look at it in more detail. And certainly from perspective, Chris, of larger village communities like the ones that we represent, they're much smaller communities that probably are better suited to different approaches, or we engage in different ways. So I think it could be an interesting subject to get our teeth into. Thank you. Kath?
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if it's altered with the restructuring, but there were 7 parishes in the Derbyshire Dales that had the Peak Park boundary through them. So it's very difficult when you've 2 parts in a village. If only we could get rid of that line, I think it would make things easier.
Kath, good point. We don't have a magic wand, but yes, if you live in somewhere like Bonsall, where half is in the park and half, it can be quite vexing for people, and it'd be interesting to take a poll on which side would you like to live on. But let's not find out just yet. Zahid.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to make a couple of comments. Page 137, KPI 17. Firstly, just to say that in the last paragraph on the right-hand side, it talks about 2023 to 38. I didn't realise we had 15-year authority plans, although it might be an idea. But that sentence actually is what I want to highlight, because, again, following on from the comments that Councillor Chapman was making earlier, a statement like that in a public document that says this work will not be continued, and if you look at the list of activities above it, which is about engagement and involvement and talking to people and helping them, and our primary focus is now on local plan review, what that means in terms of communication and meaning to people. Because on the one hand, you're saying we're going to stop doing this. That's not to be continued. And we're going to focus on local plan review, which means what? So it's about communication and just getting that message right. Because again, reading this document on its own, oh, well, you're going to stop doing that support. And if I can just add another point, which again, it goes back to language, and the next item on the agenda is a revision of the Statement of Community Involvement. That title on its own would make me think about community involvement, but actually it's a very specific process issue about planning. So again, you've got to understand the message that's going out to people. So, I mean, for that, that's a separate issue, but maybe we just need to make sure that in planning is what it says on the title for that agenda item. But just getting the message out from just a simple paragraph on page 137. People are going to say, oh, well, you're not going to talk to us. You're not going to give us any advice, blah, blah, blah. Yep.
Thank you very much. Ginny, and then I'll come to you, Chris.
Thank you, Chair. It's really not a point that's actually in here, which I think should be in here. A lot of our communities in very high tourist areas are under a lot of stress and strain from the increased visitor numbers. And I think we should be having that as a KPI, as how we can actually help these areas which are under a lot of stress with parking, brought about by hot spots for visitor areas.
Jenny, thank you. Chris, briefly.
Thank you, Chair. KP 17, I just want to follow up on what Zahi said. With regard to neighbourhood plans, I mean, this authority receives for each neighbourhood plan about £30,000, which it farms out to the neighbourhood plan groups so far to cover the costs. So how can we withdraw from that? I mean, we're surely obliged to receive this £30,000 and then farm it out to the community group. Is that not the case? I can't see how we can withdraw from that.
Brian, are you able? No, I don't think we are withdrawing in the way that you're suggesting there, not from the neighbourhood plan process. That will certainly carry on. Brian, I'm right in counting it like that. Yes.
You will. Okay, thank you.
Can I move on to the next, which is our organisational performance? This is page 138, noting straight away that sickness levels are a considerable cause for concern, but as they are in other organisations too, post-COVID. Are there any other questions or comments? Pete?
Thank you, Chair. Just a point of irony. I noticed under KPI 19, the last box in the middle says feedback indicated employees had survey fatigue, and the way we respond to that is by having another survey.
Thank you, Pete. Thank you. If there's no other comments on that, let's move on to the authority plan program. Yes, Pete.
I did have another one on the point of pedancy. Sorry. Are we moving straight on to the
authority plan program, page 149?
Oh right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It's on 153, my next.
Sure, we'll come to that in a moment. So yes, indeed, this is the. In fact, Pete, you can raise it now because this is the authority plan programme for year one going forwards now, not looking back, looking forwards, bearing in mind the comments Emily made in terms of what's there at the moment. James.
Thank you. Could I make some retrospective comments on that, which we've just discussed, and also some comments on 2A, 2B, which we're now going to? Firstly, I think I should just put on record our thanks to all the excellent work that's been delivered in this year just gone by. We've been pretty critical of things that have gone missing or not happened, but actually there's a lot of green here, and we've done a lot of good work. So let's not pass by the opportunity to recognise all the good work that's been done by officers to deliver the authority plan under difficult circumstances. Yeah, Zahid, I agree with you entirely about community engagement. It's not just about planning, and I think, you know, in terms of our comms going forward, we've got to consider that too. And surely I echo Ginny's point about being swamped in certain areas by visitors, but that will be addressed in the management plan. Rather than necessarily our own authority plan, although our involvement in that will be recognised. And, you know, looking back at this paper that we've just been through, it's a bit like the slippage stroke underspend issue. When we're setting targets, let's not set targets to fail. You know, let's be realistic about targets. Some of these red targets were interesting, but, you know, as soon as they went down on paper, we probably realised we weren't going to do them. And so let's be sure that the targets we're setting in 2A, 2B, when we finally nail that, are targets that are achievable, although stretching, and accountable. I think just going on to the next 2A, 2B, the Authority Report 23-24, I'm really pleased that Emily has said that this is a work in progress, because there's no point in having an annual report that has targets outside the year. Targets outside the year are, you need to have targets in year that show how you're going to deliver to targets out with that particular year. So, you know, we need to give some really close consideration as to what we're saying we're going to do and how we're going to measure it. Now, that is really, really important, not only for us members, but actually relating back to Pete's point made some time ago about the fact that staff aren't getting the appraisals that they currently need. You know, the tighter this is in terms of the accountability of that which we will do to deliver on these targets needs to be passed down the line by way of appraisal. And so actually 2B, that format there, has got to be absolutely on the money. Otherwise we won't be able to show staff exactly how they're contributing to the delivery of the authority targets. So Chair, forgive me for rambling on, but congratulations on that which we've done. Realistic targets going forward, and really pin sharp deliverables in the year 23-24. I know that's being considered, so it's not necessarily an overt criticism. It's a re-emphasis of the need to do that. So thank you.
James, thank you very much. Useful, very useful indeed. Pete.
Thank you, Chair. Continuing the pedantry theme, on page 153, Objective H, climate change, actions, blah, blah, it says support the member climate change steering group, which I think we've dissolved. So that objective or whatever action shouldn't actually be there anymore.
Okay.
Or should be replaced by something else.
Thank you. That can be amended. Patrick.
We're on this 324.
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
I've got two or three things. I'll come back again to this later on, but the first target, picking up the point that James has made, actually, we're never going to update the local plan by the end of 23-24. There must be a different target, some sort of to get to a stage on the process. I think we need to do more than just update the local enforcement plan. with some of them, okay, with the planning target, for example, to set those targets of 13 8 weeks and 8 weeks is fine. But, for example, later down on the next page, you've got to have a deliverable medium-term financial plan. That needs a target date, I would have thought, unless we're actually saying it's going to be implemented within the year. I'm not quite sure what the target situation is here.
Patrick, sorry, can you put your microphone on? I think it's just popped off.
Okay.
Thank you, yeah.
Moving on over the page to page, well, it says 4 of 8, what will it be? 152. The actions to deliver essential business. We've already defined and monitored standards of conduct for members 2 or 3 times, and I'm not sure why that sort of keeps coming back in again as it is. Obviously, we need to keep it up to date, but I think that my view would be that what we're looking for here is actually not just to have a code of corporate governance, but to improve our total corporate governance arrangements. And I think that there's a different target to be looked at in there than the one that we've got written down. It includes the future shape of this authority. It includes the way the CEO wants to work, the relationship with members and so forth. And it's not just about the standards of conduct for members. It's a much wider subject than that. And I don't think this section reflects that.
Patrick, thank you. Yeah, noted. Phil is scribbling furiously, and it'll be a point to consider going forwards. Janet.
Yeah. Can I just ask on aim 1 climate change? The first objective, we have no actions in 23-24. I'm just curious as to why there's no authority actions there.
Yeah, so when we move into aims 1 to 4, they are the actions that the authority is doing on its own that contribute to the National Park Management Plan aims. So there are lots of other things that are going on, but they aren't within the scope of the authority plan. They're in the management plan, and the authority still has a role to play. But if you remember, we've deliberately had to split off the management plan and the authority plan actions because we don't want DAFRA to performance manage us as a business on actions that are outside of our direct control. So there are things within it, they're just within the management plan, and therefore they're not visible in this set of documents in front of you today, but you will see them in the context of the management plan.
Okay. Yes.
I think we just need absolutely, and totally, yeah, I knew what the answer was, but I think we have to be aware of the optics of this. If this document's going out, that it looks like we're not doing anything.
Yep, sure. But this is, as Emily said, this is our plan, the authority plan. David.
Yeah, just a question on the climate change with the total tonnes of carbon emissions. By 2028, there will be 2,878 tonnes net decrease. How does that work against the fact that already by 21-22 we've had a 6,000 tonne decrease anyway? Does that mean we've achieved that target already?
So the target.
Patrick, can you just switch your microphone off?
Sorry.
Thanks.
The target that's in the look forward is over and above the section that's in the look back. So the bit in the orange is over and above the green of the previous section, if that explains it. So it's adding to it.
And this sort of comes back, Emily, from members trying to understand what it's telling us and how it's presented. So, David, thank you for that.
And I was just going to say, I think it's more complicated at the moment because we're in this transition period of moving from a corporate strategy which has different KPIs into a new authority plan as well. So I think that that's making it even more difficult to see that continuity in the story. But hopefully with the new performance way that we performance monitor in the future, it will be a lot easier to see.
Thank you. I'm keen that we move on, if that's okay. Onto the risk registers. You'll see the risk register. This is page 157. The movements in the previous risk register, and then page 171, the risk register proposed going forwards. Are there any questions on this? I'll come to you, Patrick. I had one question to Emily earlier about the risk register going forwards. This is page 171, and in the red, what general risk to delivery meant. Emily, are you able to share with members why that is a risk, or what informs that risk going forward?
Yes, and again, to make a more strategic point at the first, one of the things that we have been discussing is actually how to ensure that all the information is on this front page, so that anyone doesn't have to delve into the copious amounts of pages that then follow it. But that particular risk is around welcome in place and being mindful of the organisational change process that started. We're mindful that some of the things that are being consulted on at the moment may mean that we aren't able to deliver what we've set out in the authority plan in the way that was originally envisaged. And so it's just that scope into the future that we're mindful there's a potential risk that we might be delivering it in different ways.
Okay, thank you. Patrick, did you want to make a point?
Yes, Chairman. On page 172, on the risk section, we've got quite rightly a section on dealing with the performance on planning applications, and I was at my grandson's 5th birthday last night. And I had 2 or 3 people come up to me with absolute glee on their face, thinking that the government had already taken over the planning service, and making some very ribald comments about it. I do think we've got a public relations issue there that we're going to have to deal with. But that's fine as far as it goes. But I'm sorry to sound like a cracked gramophone record. Do they have such things nowadays? I don't know. But in planning enforcement is also a significant risk for the authority. We have other risks setting out here, the problems with landscape and nature and all sorts of things. But if we don't get to grips with our planning enforcement service, the long-term damage to the park is going to be very considerable. And as with the planning application issue, there is a considerable reputational risk. And that reputational risk is actually quite widespread. I mean, I get attacked at the school gates and all sorts of things about this. There has to be an understanding that our present difficulties with planning enforcement, and I'm not criticising the staff, I think there are bigger issues than that, but the reputational risk that now poses for the authority is very considerable, and I would like to definitely see that acknowledged in this document.
I think, Patrick, it is encapsulated on the risk register going forward as at the very top red risk in the list in terms of not meeting national planning performance standards. But I take your point.
But I don't think there is one for planning enforcement. And I think that it does need to be specifically acknowledged in here as an issue that we have to address.
Thank you. Brian, do you want to come back?
Just agree that there isn't a national standard for that. Yeah.
In which case, isn't that line on the risk register not meaningless, but rather misleading in terms of how it's defined? I think maybe we need to sharpen that up, looking at Phil on my right.
I think this is around the time it takes to determine applications, and there is a national standard on that. I think what Patrick's saying, and I agree, we should have another risk which is around enforcement and possibly reputation, or that could be a separate one, because there's lots of things that inform our reputation.
Patrick, thank you. As Chair of Planning, thank you for that. Can I suggest officers consider your suggestions and how we can add to that?
Do you want me to complete it? I've got 2 or 3 other comments.
Yes, please. Yep.
I'm going on now to 184. And it's the point somebody else made earlier on, actually. The welcoming place does carry a risk with it as well, which is this conflict between visitor numbers and the impact both on local communities and on things like landscape and nature. And I do think we ought to be acknowledging that conflict as a risk, because it is causing problems in some parts of the park.
Thank you, Patrick. Yep, acknowledged. I think we do understand that, and perhaps that could be better reflected in the risk register here.
I'll leave it there.
Thank you
I'll
very
leave
much.
it there, Chairman.
Any other comments? Otherwise, we just conclude this section just by noting the Q4 year-end report and complaints, FOI requests, and I think, as Emily has already acknowledged, this in future, this bulky section will not be presented to members because it is repetitious and in detail that we don't need. We need the overall summary and then the opportunity to delve into the detail as members request. So that's going to be work in hand going forwards. So we've had it. No, we don't think we have moved. Can we have a mover, please, to take this forward, and a seconder? Thank you very much. All in favour, please show. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Members, thank you. We spent a bit of time on that, but I think it was important. And as you heard from Emily, there are adjustments we will make going forwards on this. We're going to take a short break. We are running a bit late, so could members be back here We're going to switch to the upgoing one now. Okay, members, let's resume. We've lost Dermot, who had another meeting to go to, and I'm aware that Chris had to go to another meeting as well. But let's press on. We're running a bit behind schedule, so I'm going to just suggest we reorder the agenda, because we have a public speaker for item 16, which I'd like to bring up now to deal with next. And that is the Upper Derwent Valley Reservoir expansion, which I know members are very keen to know more about and to discuss what our position should be on that. We'll hear from the speaker in a minute, but first of all, to the Head of Planning, Brian Taylor, who will introduce this item. Brian.
Thank you. Okay, so the purpose of this report is to set out and seek the formal position of the National Park Authority in respect to early options presented for the expansion of water storage in the Upper Derwent Valley. Apart from the obvious and significant harm that the various options could bring, officers are more concerned at this stage about the lack of demonstration and regard for protected landscapes and national park purposes in the development of these options. Section 62 of the Environment Act requires relevant public bodies to also have regard to national park purposes when exercising or performing functions so as to affect land in a national park. Thus, for officers, thus far, officers have not been presented with adequate justification as to the options, and therefore why alternative solutions or areas outside the national park could not contribute or significantly solve the water storage and security issues that we're inevitably likely to face as a country, particularly as in the context of climate change, more regular drought circumstances and things like population growth. So we recognise those public interest points. But we feel it's incumbent upon both the water companies and the regulatory bodies to show how they've had regard to national park purposes in constructing the gated process for developing options and for designing strategic options both inside and outside protected landscapes to resolve this. And until this process is improved and full justification in accordance with legislation and national policies regarding major development proposals are properly upheld and presented, then officers consider that the authority should maintain a holding objection and report this back to both the water companies and the regulatory bodies within RAPID. RAPID, I define in the report at I think paragraph 18, is the Regulators Alliance for Progressing Infrastructure Development. And you see the kind of bodies it includes, such as Ofwat, Environment Agency and the Drinking Water Inspectorate. So those regulatory bodies have come together to design the process and the ask of all the water companies across the country to go away and explore options. So somewhere in that process, they've said, go and explore options in the Upper Derwent Valley. Where in that process has someone said, and in that process of looking across the country and all our options, how do we do this in a way that reduces harm or removes the harm from protected landscapes? Have they had regard to national park purposes? And we're not seeing that yet. So until that demonstration is there, either at the local area, through the water companies of Severn Trent Water and Yorkshire Water, where there's a relationship through pumped supply, or at the regulatory level, where we're actually looking at this at the national, kind of England level of all our water supplies and the piping and the storage and treatment of all that water. Until that's done properly, then I think we're the only body that can really uphold that and make a point about it. Hence the recommendation. Thank you.
Brian, thank you very much. We have one speaker, Andrew Wheatley from Derwent and Hope Woodlands Parish Council. Mr. Wheatley, would you come up, sorry, round the back. Oh no, you can squeeze through, can't you? Sorry, it's rather a crowded room.
first of all, thank you very much.
If you could just switch on the microphone, and approximately 3 minutes, Mr.
Yes,
Wheatley.
thank you very much. As Brian has already said, the residents of the Derwent Village and Hopelands Parish Council are opposed to these proposals. Severn Trent have submitted a massive £1 billion construction project involving, by their own calculations, somewhere between 500,000 and 750,000 tonnes of material, which to us equates to a lorry movement every few minutes. Derwent Village, the local roads, the area, tourism and business will be blighted, we think, for about 10 years. It is likely, depending on the scheme that they finally use, that 3 or 4 traditional farms will be completely submerged and destroyed. And one of those includes a new holiday let business only recently enacted. The change to the existing listed and national monuments are truly shocking. One of the proposals includes a concrete and steel topping to the existing stone dams, and at least as high as the existing towers, for those of you who know the structures. An alternative could be a completely separate dam, earth dam, just downstream of either of the 2 existing ones. It will completely submerge one or both, depending on which options they choose, completely submerge the existing structures. Following our meetings with Severn Trent, of which we've had several, our conclusion is that the main driver to this project is the cheap cost of Derwent water. As Brian's report has suggested, water from Upper Derwent gravitates to Sheffield, Nottingham, Derby, Loughborough, Leicester and Hinckley. In other words, most of the population of the East Midlands. Under this scheme, Lady Bower, which is actually the largest, but pumped at the moment, and actually the largest reservoir, will join Carsington as being only used in severe droughts. Again, Carsington is a pump system out of the Derwent. We also now know, more publicly, that the control of the leaks and more efficient water use could meet the predicted demands of the Midlands region. So this proposal, it may also be about exporting water, as we already know, to Sheffield, to other regions. Upper Derwent water is also pristine. It requires very little treatment in comparison with their lowland works, at Derby, for example, making it the cheapest available to Severn Trent. So Severn Trent Upper Derwent water costs at least half what it costs at other treatment works. We're also concerned that if approved by the Regulators Alliance, as Brian has just described, the National Infrastructure Commission, then central government could possibly declare a direct consent order and therefore underwrite the capital costs of this project, which are way beyond Severn Trent's resources, and following the Abingdon and Haweswater model. It's therefore our parish council's conclusion that the environmental, recreational costs, together with the reputational damage that will accrue from this, will be far too high. It will be a disaster for our area, for Derwent Village and the Hopeland Woodland, and could, as Brian's already suggested, undermine the very terms of reference of the national park. I thank you very much for your attention.
Mr. Wheatley, thank you very much indeed. You could return to your seat, much appreciated. I should tell members that I've had several letters from members of the public in support of our proposed position, and also thanking Brian and Phil for attending a local parish council meeting, Hope and Woodlands Parish Council meeting, to hear the concerns and speak directly to local residents. So I'm going to go over to members, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of comments on this. I had Patrick first, and then I'll go down this side. So Patrick, and then there, and I've got you, Charlotte, as well, and Ginny.
Yes, Chairman, I have no hesitation at all in moving the recommendation. The one point I think that I would, well, one or 2 points I'd like to make. I'm absolutely sure, and certainly from the very few conversations I've had so far with Brian, that our officers are going to set about this in a proper technical and professional manner. I look forward to seeing how that progresses. But I do think that there's a slightly bigger issue than that we need to get to grips with as well, which was what I might call the politics. I'm not talking about with a capital P here, but it's about how we argue a case. It's one thing to get the case right. It's another, as I'm sure those who've been involved in court cases or planning appeals or anything will know, it's also another thing if you get the advocacy right. And I think we need to start giving thought to that at a very early stage. And we've got to find one or two themes that will hit the public imagination. One of those, I think, has just been touched upon. The Howden Reservoir in particular, but the Howden and Derwent reservoirs are the foundation of a major event in British history. And those of us who have been privileged to stand on the side of the reservoir and watch the Spitfires and the bombers flying through the towers on Howden will know what that's all about. We must pick that sort of theme up and really sell it as part of the argument that we're taking. It is one thing to call it impact on cultural heritage, which is correct. It is another thing to talk about this deeply significant historic site, which is so important in the history of this country. And you can carry on with that. Yes, there is fauna there, but actually there's a particular fauna there. The Arctic hares are extraordinary. They are a major issue, and they are something which will catch the imagination if it becomes part of this debate. So my plea in moving this motion is that we concentrate not just on the technicalities, but on the politics as well, and really start to sell the case as we go along.
Patrick, thank you very much. Andrew Hart.
Yes, Chair, I've studied over the last 12 months some of the proposals that have gone nationally, and it was said that water usage will increase, and that they might need anything up to 20 new reservoirs to accompany that increase in water usage. However, I think that one of the most important things is, do we actually need all these new reservoirs nationally? Not just in the park, but everywhere else. And wouldn't the best solution be for the water companies to actually fix their pipes rather than trying to build new reservoirs, particularly in such a place as the Peak Park? It's easy to catch the water, we know that, and they can do this, but actually fixing the pipes would be far better, and they wouldn't need as many nationally. If they invested in that programme properly, they could solve a lot of the water usage problem. So I'm supporting Patrick, and I'll second that motion.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Janet.
Yeah, not surprisingly, I'm also supporting this recommendation. I think this is an extraordinary proposal from the water companies, and I don't want to reiterate what Patrick and Andrew have said, but I completely agree with both of them. I think a couple of things. I'd really, we're not an advocacy organisation, we're an authority, a local government authority. But I would really like it if we could speak in the most robust terms we possibly can in any communication with them. The draft letter about Gateway 1, I think we could actually speak much more strongly, and hopefully with member support to do that. These proposals fly in the face of both our purposes and our duty to local communities. There's nothing in it that we could possibly support in terms of national park purposes and duties, and so I thoroughly support our approach here. Can I just ask, it mentions background documents, paragraph 38, presentation given to officers and FAQs. Do we have access to those as members, and if not, could we do so, please?
Janet, I'm going to come back to Phil and Brian at the end of members' comments and questions. because I know that there has been quietly some dialogue in the background between Phil and some key partners, as you'd expect. So if you can hold one or two of these questions and we'll address them later. So Janet, thank you for that for the moment. Kath Potter.
Thank you, Chair. I need to state that we don't, where I live, use Derwent water at all. We have spring water, and actually the office in Matlock stated to us that it was the purest water in Derbyshire. So I feel really sorry for what is actually happening. But I'm concerned about the lorry movements, because that's how I came to get on the national park 26 years ago. I used to sit in front of huge articulated lorries carrying huge blocks of stone on a single track lane, and believe you me, you wouldn't want that. And to think that all these lorry movements carting all this stone is totally unacceptable. That's why I would vote against it.
Kath, thank you very much. And you only have to look at some of the archive photos of when the dams were built back in the 20s and so forth to see the scale of the operation and what may transpire here if it went ahead. In one of the most heavily visited and sensitive sites in the national park. But let's hear from others before I hold forth. Ginny, you were next.
Thank you, Chair. I was actually born in Derwent, so I have a personal affinity with the place. I agree with all the points that have been made already, but I particularly agree with the stance that Patrick was taking about this, how we need to approach this. And I just wondered, of what I understand is 22 schemes that they're looking at nationally. Do we know if any of those are in any national parks at all? And that was just a point of interest, because that could help our approach. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back if we can to answer that question at the end. Charlotte, you were next.
Thanks. I think one of the problems with this, to sound simplistic, is sort of the effects of capitalism, and that this is private water companies trying to maximise their profits. I asked about mending the leaks when they came and spoke at Bamford Parish Council, and the answer was, well, it would be too costly and the customers would have to pay. Whereas by building reservoirs, it's a national infrastructure project and the money comes directly from government. So we're fighting that battle, really. Severn Trent have got total disregard for the communities as well as the national park. They don't always turn up at meetings when they're supposed to. They basically, they don't care. They're a private company and they're out to make money. Just going back to Patrick's point about how we progress this in PR, I think we've got to be very mindful that lots of people see hosepipe bans and water shortages as a problem and an infringement on their sort of rights and everything, and we've got to try and work around that and build up our case sort of sympathetically to that, I think. That's all.
Charlotte, thank you very much. Ken Smith.
Thank you, Chair. And I support the recommendation. Some of the points I was going to make have already been made, because they're the obvious ones about stemming leaks. And I think the ferocious percentages that are nationally available data, 40% leakage loss, it does seem to me that there's room, as has already been said, for addressing that kind of issue, as well as a national distribution network. I mean, the last drought, Yorkshire Water were having to tanker water from Leeds to Sheffield, which frankly seems to me to be absurd. And so whether Rapid is looking at those kinds of options and putting these kinds of sums towards them, I think is something. I think Patrick's point about communications is really pertinent, and whilst I don't disagree with Janet's point about us not being an advocacy organisation, we are a national park. We have a national responsibility, a national remit, as well as a local and regional one. We manage, in our own way, the national park on behalf of the nation, and I think it behoves us to, where appropriate, be an advocacy organisation where we feel that proposals are completely contrary to our responsibilities towards conservation of national park landscapes. Thank you.
Ken, thank you. Very well put. David.
Thanks, Chair. I'd just like to make one point before I make the point, and it was Charlotte's comment about Severn Trent. Maybe from a corporate point of view, Severn Trent aren't the greatest, but certainly the Severn Trent who we deal with as More to the Future are a vital part of financing for our partnership. So I'm not agreeing with that whole picture about Severn Trent. What I think would really, we're looking at a catchment that's not in good condition. It's getting better and better, but I would say that the project should be, well, hopefully shelved, but at least postponed until that catchment is in a good condition, because we took Severn Trent directors up there last year during the dry period. There's a huge amount of particulate organic matter in those reservoirs, and a large amount of peat that's washed down from the catchment. And in fact, just to add to the leak business that I fully agree with, they should be fixed. But also, the potential holding capacity of those reservoirs has to stop. They have to stop taking water from those reservoirs when it gets down to 18% full, because by then there is so much organic matter that the Bamford treatment works can't cope with it. So that, although that wouldn't be an easy logistic problem, it would be perhaps go part way towards solving the need for any major infrastructure changes to the dams themselves. I mean, it wouldn't do away with lorry movements, and I don't know logistically what the problems would be, but that's a potential. And anybody who saw those reservoirs during the dry period, I mean, there was huge amounts of peat in there. In fact, grass was growing and sheep were grazing on it when we were up there. So I think that there are other alternatives that I think we need to discuss more on choosing, and I support wholeheartedly this proposal.
Thank you very much. Got two more members who wish to speak. Mike, Pete, you were first, then Mike.
Thank you, Chair. Just something I wrote down before the meeting was that on page 267, Office Comments and Options, point 27, it doesn't, on there, you're not pointing out the major amount of disruption to the population and visitors of all the lorry movements and all the works that we carry on. And aligning that to what Patrick said, it presumably, if they start work up there, it will deny the public access to Fairholmes and the whole of the side of the reservoirs for many years. And I think that's something that would catch the public imagination quite well, because when Severn Trent shut the top end to do their survey, there was an enormous amount of adverse comment on that. So I just think that maybe that Brian's Office of Comments on Options should be expanded to include the issue of disruption to population and visitors that this will cause over an extended period of time. Thank you.
Pete, thank you. And Mike, finally.
Thank you, Chair, and just to support the comments that have already been made, that with national park purposes in mind, this is something that we should be well, we should be supporting the officer recommendation to do our best to resist this as far as possible. I suspect that at the end of the day, it is going to be a Secretary of State who's going to make a decision on this, but there's no reason why we shouldn't get as much public support behind our position on this to protect the national park and national park purposes. I do have to say, though, that we're not entirely squeaky clean ourselves. I mean, at planning committee, we've allowed a large cement works to continue to send HGVs up and down our roads, and there are an awful lot of them. And I do realise that worry now extends to the Upper Derwent Valley, were they to set about building a dam there. But I am supportive of this.
Go on, David, briefly.
I'd just like to point out the irony in Peter's comment, because if the dams weren't there, there wouldn't be those millions of visitors.
But it would still be the natural zone. It would still be a sensitive area of the national park, nonetheless. Thank you. There's a clear position here in support of the officer's recommendation, which I wholly concur with. There's some questions and comments looking to my right around further information around comms and making absolutely clear our position in robust terms. But there's also, Phil, and I know you won't be able to say too much about this, the fact that we are not on our own in terms of objecting, or at least having deep misgivings about these early proposals. There are a number of key partners, other organisations and bodies that share our position. I know we're not an overtly campaigning organisation, but when it's come to, for instance, A57, A628 road proposals over the Dark Peak, we put our position very clearly there, that they were completely contrary to national park purposes and had a huge environmental impact. These early proposals would be exactly the same, and I think our position, as set out in these broad terms, has to be the right one. Phil, are you able to, or Brian, able to share any further detail at this point about discussions with partners or the next steps?
Yeah, so a few things might be useful. One is that, as I say, RAPID, this group of regulatory bodies, they're the ones that kind of oversee what they call this gated process. They design that process and then invite water companies into it. So far, we're also aware that RAPID have also got some concerns about the development of options at this early stage. The question that I've raised in this report and that we've raised to them is where are national park purposes taken into account. Neither the water companies or RAPID seem to be able to answer that very easily. I think there's quite an interesting point, isn't there, about the nature of the Environment Act looking for public bodies to have regard to national park purposes. Actually, at one level here, we're talking about private companies. Are they captured by the Environment Act? So we have to actually look a bit higher, I think. We have to actually look to the regulatory bodies and where these frameworks are set out. And is that framework set out properly to actually look at the spatial context of England and how these options play out, taking account of national parks? And I think there's still some questions at that level for us collectively to engage in the regulatory framework as much as the water companies. The next stage that comes forward, Gate 2, approaches us in July. So at the minute, in my paper, we've got paragraph 25 sets out just that very high level set of options. My understanding is, without having seen any detail, is that Gate 2 would probably take us to more detail, but within all of those options. And I think one of the really interesting things we've gleaned from conversation so far is that none of these options are easy. And they know the challenge of the area they're working in. Downstream, you're working with property, you're working with infrastructure, you're working with people, you're working with visitor sites. Upstream, you're working with internationally designated habitat. Wherever you go, that presents a challenge. So in that respect, they're keeping all those broad options on the table, and they'll be looking at detail within it. So as I say, going back to that point about Rapid having concerns, we're actually still being approached by Severn Trent for more engagement at this point. They want to be able to show that they're doing more to design better options. The danger for us, I think, at this point is to be engaging to such a point where, you know, we might be seen to be saying we've supported an option or we've designed a better option until we've actually asked those fundamental questions. So that's why I've sort of framed it this way, and to actually stand back a little bit and to say until we know that process is right and the big point about national parks is made somewhere and reflected somewhere, that we should probably hold out. There was a point about national parks, other national parks. We're aware that Rapid are having conversations across the national parks. In fact, my colleague Adele at the back met with folks from Rapid to do that. And they really didn't know what national parks were, what purposes were. So it really was quite telling to us that this whole point we're making here hasn't been dealt with.
Even though this Rapid includes Natural England, which just beggars belief that the government's own countryside agency body is out of touch.
I think this is why, you know, I've not gone into a lot of detail. I could have talked about Arctic hares and the Derwent dams in a lot more depth. I think that's for another day, really. I was kind of wanting to capture this committee moment and actually capture the position. But you're absolutely right, Patrick. I think we need to kind of be evocative. We need to say what's special about these areas and make that case. And that is what we can do. You know, we've got the designations mapped out in our local plan. We know the area very well. We define our own special qualities for this national park, and I think we're best placed to say that.
Brian, thank you. Phil, did you just want to come in?
Very quickly, just 2 points really. And the first is this fine line between campaigning and advocacy. And I think, you know, what I've been hearing is, you know, this is transcendent. It transcends some of the previous. It's that significant. You know, we have to be on the right side of history here, and that is doing the right thing. And we have to be on the right side of public opinion, and those two things seem to be quite aligned. So I think there is, you know, a line we may have to get close to or even cross around whether we are perceived as being campaigning on this or not. There are certainly going to be other organisations who are not public bodies who will be campaigning. How will we look if we are not aligned to them, supporting them? And I think we could do ourselves a lot of harm as in not being strong enough in trying to stop the big harm to the national park that we're here for. But also on David's point as well, I got my personal apology yesterday from Yorkshire Water. I don't know if anyone else got that, for the sewerage and an invitation to get back to them. We have a role to play with water companies on water quality, on flood mitigation. And I think, you know, there are relationships that we still need to have with water companies where we can get benefit for the park, for nature, that's also beneficial for them. So I'm all for kind of campaigning and being strong on this, but also not being, you know, pulling up totally the drawbridges, because that's not our role.
Ken, did you briefly want to come back?
Thanks, Chair. Just picking up on the point that Brian made about whether Section 62 relates to private as well as public organisations. Memory serves, it would perhaps be useful to go back to the Water Act, which does have sections that refer to what those privatised companies must have regard to. It's a moot point what regard means as to whether it's just, we've had regard, we can move on now, or whether it actually means taking things into account. But I think it would be worth going back to the Water Act, the enabling acts, that could shed some light on that.
Which is why, very topical, the proposed amendments to the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill going through Parliament at the moment might be addressing this Section 62 duty, so that to have regards to the proposal is possibly to strengthen it to further the purposes or something like that, which would be a significant difference and possibly give us extra weight. But regardless, I'm entirely with you, and I get a sense from members that this is a fight that we're ready for. But as Brian has said, and quite rightly too, we need to carry on engaging with the water company and this rapid alliance. But we need to put a marker down early, and I think this holding objection is very much that. But as more information comes through with successive gateways, then I have no doubt that this will be coming back to members, possibly as early as July, for further discussion, so that we can confirm what our position is, harden it, change it, whatever. But I give a guarantee to members that whatever decision we take comes back ultimately to members to ratify. And I think this is a sensible first step, and I sense that it's got unanimous support. So with all that in mind, I think there's probably enough we can say at the moment. Yeah, Brian.
Yeah. Just say my understanding is I think it's gate 3 where the development consent order process would commence. So you can imagine we're going from feasibility of broad options to detail options to probably a preferred option that would then be taken through a development consent order process. So that is then picked up by the planning inspectorate as a major infrastructure project. And if you kind of equate that to what we've inputted to on road schemes, we've made formal submissions, we've attended inquiries, there's been various processes that follow. My understanding at the minute was that it could be 2 years by the time you get to Gateway 3, and that I think they've said something like they'd want to be shovel ready by 2029. But as we know, time frames change. So, but it's just to kind of be aware of, it's a really important stage before those details start to be developed.
Brian, thank you. So we have a clear recommendation that is being proposed and seconded. There's a guarantee from me that this is going to come back to members, of course, for further discussion as more information comes to light. Phil has indicated that he's very much taking the tone of this meeting and the depth of feeling on this, and that it strikes at the core of national park purposes. So we need to make our position absolutely clear on it, and Brian is fully aware of that as well. So with all that in mind, proposed and seconded, all in favour, can we show? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much, Brian. Thank you. I don't think that would be the last we hear of this item. Right, let's backtrack to item. We'll take item 13 next, the statement of community involvement. Apologies for more to the future, team. We will come to your item very soon. Claire, if you can come and join us, please. So we're on item 13, page 197. Claire, just give us a short introduction, please.
Thank you. So the Policy and Communities team seek authority to take the draft Statement of Community Involvement out to consultation. The Statement of Community Involvement is a statutory document required by the local planning authority. The National Planning Policy requires us to update this document every 5 years. The document details how the authority engages individuals, local communities and stakeholders in the planning process. The document is split into two, the first part outlining local plan making process and the second outlining the planning application process. The document was last updated in 2018 and the team are keen to have the document up to date prior to entering into the formal consultation phase for the local plan review. The 2018 version of the document has been used for the basis, and other than general typos and updates to references and processes, the main changes are making the document more accessible through formatting and an addition of a clear section on how the public are involved, amendments to references to the Peak Park Parishes Forum with their agreement, an amendment to the process to direct people who have commented on a planning application to our website rather than a letter being sent. This change is proposed as it has been confirmed that the authority are not legally obliged to contact those who have commented on a planning application, and to do so has resource implications. It is considered that with the availability of this information on our website, this is a reasonable amendment to the current process. The team are seeking authority to take the amended statement of community involvement out to consultation. Although there is no legal requirement to do so, we consider this good practice. We also seek authority to be delegated to the Chair and Vice Chair of Planning to allow any minor changes to be made following consultation and the document subsequently approved.
Okay, thank you. So over to members, and let's start with the Chair of Planning, Patrick.
Chairman, I'm happy to move this, and I'm grateful for some of the small amendments that have been made so far. They're the right amendments. I can't resist the opportunity, though, whilst I'm here, of referring to paragraph 2.12. The authority will use concise, clear language and produce accessible, easy-to-use documents. I do hope that's a lesson for future reports of the sort that we've had today. But on that basis, I'm happy to move it for approval.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Seconded by Ken as Vice Chair of Planning. Andrew Hart.
I was going to second. Then speak me to it. Unusually, yes, I do. Yes, I fully support what Patrick said. I think we need to move with this. Very, very important indeed. And I'm happy to be supporting this report.
Thank you, Andrew. So the recommendation is that this goes out for public consultation and final approval, delegated to the Head of Planning in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair of Planning. Any other comments? Otherwise, all in favour, please show. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Okay, that's short and sweet. Thank you very much. Item 14, More Green Investment Coombs Moss Restoration Project. Can I invite Chris and Dermot up, please? Okay, thank you for your patience. We're overrunning. Chris, you're going to introduce this briefly, yeah?
Yeah, briefly. Good afternoon, members. Back in 2019, we came to you with a paper to approve entering into a project which was funded by Esme Fairbairn and Environment Agency to look at green finance and come up with there's an investigation business paper which we've followed through, and at that time members asked us to come back to committee if that developed into a delivery project. So we're here now because the original business investigation project was successful and it's ended with a delivery project which we've come back to approval as committee asked us to do, really. The advantage of this is that we're now at a space where to learn more about green finance, the way it works, really we need to actually do it, because doing it through learning is now what we need to do next, really. So that's where we'd like to go with it. This project has been to due diligence already. It's been to the due diligence committee and has passed that stage. Members might want to note that there's no financial input expected from the authority in this, and there's a high percentage of funds from private finance, which DEFRA, central government, is all pointing us towards and asking us to consider. We have recognised that there are reputational issues in working with the partners that are actually involved in the project. In a way, this is not unusual to the work that Most Future's done in the past. We've worked with 3 water companies for a long number of years, and these bodies we're working with are quite well resourced. They've got big communication teams, so we are alive to that, and we will be putting a protocol in place where any internal or external communications about the project have to be shared and agreed with all the project partners before they go out into the big wide world, which we think is the way of managing that one. Dermot, do you wish to say anything about the detail of it at this stage?
Yes, certainly. So yeah, we've identified a site after looking at a number of other sites across the Peak District, and identified Coombs Moss as an ideal starting place for a good full restoration plan, and the potential for ecosystem services. The ecosystem services that we identified and originally with the Environment Agency was for natural flood management. So that was the key ecosystem service that we looked at. We identified also that there were significant businesses downstream of Coombs Moss, and approached with help from the Environment Agency and spoke to Nestle. Nestle have got a plant works that sit just underneath Coombs Moss. They were also interested in the flood management, but also interested in water neutrality. That's something that they've got as a global commitment. So we were looking at potentially that as an ecosystem service. We've talked to Severn Trent about the possibility of biodiversity and increasing the biodiversity and the resilience up on Coombs Moss as well. And we're also looking to take this particular restoration project to IUCN peatland accreditation to explore the possibility of the carbon that will be saved by the work that we'll be looking to try and do.
Okay, Dermot, thank you. And just, if anyone doesn't know, Coombs Moss is that large kind of upland lump north of Buxton, in effect, which until the Crow Act 2000 was largely out of bounds, but is now come back into play and is quite an important area for a number of reasons. So this project has some, I think, some particularly useful outcomes, hopefully. Over to members. Let's start with Chair of the Moors for the Future Partnership, David.
Surprise, surprise, I'm going to move these recommendations. What is so important about investment like this is we've lost the European funding, so we've had to look elsewhere, and it's not easy. There's a lot of people tendering for the same pot, so it's absolutely critical. And Moors for the Future have taken the steps to address this problem. We now have a business development manager, and Dermot has been involved very, very greatly with this. So it is something, and the fact that it doesn't cost anything for the national park is great. It's as Dermot points out, it's enabling Nestle to achieve water neutrality. It ticks all the boxes, and I'm quite happy to move this.
Dave, thank you. It's been moved. Do I have a seconder for that? Ken, I saw first of all. And Ken, I'll come to you next. And then
Thanks,
Mike.
Chair. Just a question of detail, really. Fully supportive of the proposals, which is why I'm happy to second it. Does this apply to the whole of Coombs Moss? Because parts of it drain northwards, northwestwards, presumably into United Utilities area of responsibility. Well, the focus is Severn Trent, and I just wondered whether there were, given that there's a significant administrative boundary crosses Coombs Moss, whether there are any stipulations as to how and where Severn Trent's finance might be spent.
The restoration actually covers the whole of Coombs Moss, including the element that floods it, well, would flow into the Goyt. Yes, Severn Trent were quite happy to pay for the biodiversity on that side as well.
Good, thank you. Mike.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I support the officer recommendation. It's good to see work being done to improve water quality and water neutrality. And the more pure water we have, clearly the better for us. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Charles.
Thank you, yeah. I think it's a great project. My query is the bottom paragraph on page 241. So would you just mind explaining what the IUCN peatland team is and what version 2 registration of the peatland code is relevant?
Yeah, having just spent all Wednesday in London discussing green finance issues and having another member of staff spending 2 days in Edinburgh the week before and coming away probably in some ways more confused than we were informed before we actually went. I fully appreciate that this is a complicated arena. The International Union for the Conservation of Nature United Kingdom Peatland Programme is an organisation I sit on the board of and have for quite a while. They have a long time ago put together a peatland code, it's a voluntary code, giving an opportunity for businesses to contribute to ecosystem services which the peatland environment supplies. The main one in people's minds is carbon, but flood risk management and other things as well. So that is the mechanism by which landowners are held to account for delivering something for money that comes through the peatland code. What I've suggested to somebody else this morning was that it would probably be a good thing to get our consultant, our green finance consultant, to actually do a piece for members, to actually do a presentation, because it's complex. It needs a sit down and a proper look at, and it's coming down the tracks at all of us. Is this stuff? So we haven't really got time in taking a paper through to go through all of the finance, the regulations and the other things that cover it, but I think it would probably be quite useful for members who would like to take that up. So that's what the peatland code is, but I think there's a little bit more other than just answering your question that we probably need to do in getting up to speed around this issue.
Charles, thank you. I think that could be a really useful members forum item after a future authority meeting, because you're right, I picked this up from National Parks England. We need to get on top of this and understand what it means going forward in terms of funding streams and income. Thank you, Charles. Janet.
Yeah, Chris, thank you for the paper, and I am supportive of this as a concept, and I think it's great that the work's going ahead. What I'm going to ask is about Nestle, though, and not them in particular, but when we're looking at green finance, do we have a policy or a framework or a set of parameters by which we decide whether we're comfortable with working with them and using their money or not? Do we have some sort of ethical code?
We've been through the authorities' due diligence, and beyond that, big discussion at conferences I've been at recently as to how you take those decisions, really. Where's the line in the sand? And it's a really difficult thing to decide upon, because a big investor trying to invest 100 million into peatlands at a conference in London, he made the comment that you could take all 100 companies on the FTSE 100 and you could find a reason not to work with every single one of them on all sorts of grounds of being too fuel hungry or using too much plastics or etc. etc. And beyond doing the due diligence into finance that we need to do, there's very little in the way of guidance, and I think it's a bit of a minefield to get into if you start to decide that one company fits with your worldview on what is acceptable and what's not, and another company doesn't, and making that judgment. It's not something that government have given us any any lead on at all. So the due diligence of the authority is what we've actually used. To protect ourselves, we feel that we need to put a protocol in place so that the big issue is about what the partners say to the outside world. So the claims that Nestle might make or a water company might make about the goods that are coming out of it and how we've endorsed them and how it ticks their boxes of responsibility that they need beyond what it actually does. And I think we can simply do that by making sure that we all the project partners get to see any intended communications and have to agree those before they actually go out.
Can I just come back and ask,
I want to go to James in a minute.
Can I just come back
panel.
and ask whether at National Park England level or the National Park Partnerships, whether they've got any, are there any plans for any national standards looking at this sort of decision rather than us making it locally?
Let me come back to that. It has come up. National Parks Partnerships are very alert to it because of their kind of national reach on behalf of that in whole UK national parks, and there is a crossover. Obviously, what we do locally. I'm not aware of any detail, but I do know that officers from individual parks have a close relationship with National Parks Partnership, and they do look at these reputational and ethics issues very carefully. But I'd like to swivel to James, our due diligence panel member. You wanted to comment on this, and it'd be useful if you could frame your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and I thank Janet for raising the matter. The due diligence panel, for what it's worth, looks at how and what the authority receives and from whom in terms of financial contribution. And this was discussed, this was the major item at the last meeting that Chris and Dermot came to. Clearly we look at reputational issues. Of course we do. And this money, very welcome as it is, will go to delivering an excellent project to Moors for the Future. If there should be any reputational matters, it's unlikely, the panel felt, that would fall on the shoulders of Moors for the Future. It would fall on this authority. So we had a very good debate about managing any issues, should there be any. And I have raised this with Chief Executive, and we will be acutely aware of any comms that we may need to embark on in future. I think we all agreed, and the right position to take is that there are two companies here contributing significantly to a significant project. So the focus is on the project. The focus is on the benefit from the project. And that is the line, and that is the focus we will always take. There may be some localized comment on both companies, given the discussion we have recently had on Severn Trent, for example. But the focus will have to be on the project and the benefits of the project. So to that end, Chair, the due diligence panel discussed it in depth, but were confident that the benefits would override any possible comment from the general public. And just as a personal reaction, I don't believe for a minute that whether there's any government guidance or not, any comment would be directed or any comfort could be taken from that. It would fall on our own shoulders. Thank you.
James, thank you. Zahid, did you want to come in? And Dave, I'll come to you.
Sorry, just to add to that discussion, 2 points. One is that this authority, I think it was sometime last year, was it this year? I can't remember. We had a short discussion about the national partnership with BMW and the due diligence process there. So, and of course, we've got two sets of issues. One is long-term historical relationships with private sector organisations, like the utilities companies, and new players on the block. And I think that's part of the confusion, is that there's national discussion that we need, and obviously the BMW deal nationally, there was a whole due diligence process. So I think as an authority, you're right, James, we need to be very clear about our position on that, and we will be influenced, whether we like it or not, by whatever comes nationally. But we've got a historical relationships with some private sector organisations, and there will be new ones, and we need to think through that for ourselves.
And one of the challenges, getting back to green finance and being pushed, especially by government, into developing new relationships with the private sector, is we will have more and more of these dilemmas and these challenges, and we'll have to be clear about our position, and there will be maybe some collaborations and relationships that we might have not had in the past, but we will be in the future, but might unlock significant amounts of capital for the very projects we're talking about. So these kind of ethical discussions will continue, and our due diligence panel plays an important role locally for us as National Parks Partnership scale up nationally do there. But Janet, I'll go back and look. I'm not sure about working up standards, but it's an area obviously of particular importance to them. And then David, lastly, come back to you.
Thanks, Chair. I'd just like to reiterate what Chris said about most of the future are not endorsing Nestle. They are working on a project with them. As James rightly says, the project is what should be the focus. But just to add another layer of confidence to that, most of the future has been working with More Life for...
We've worked with the LIFE programme for the past 12 years.
12 years. We've been working with More Life for 12 years, and we have been using the methodology of monitoring, a tried and tested methodology that we have been that More Life, the More Life structure has made us do. So we're quite good at it, and it's another layer on top of your due diligence, James, and it's a European level. So we're quite good at it.
Okay, David, thank you. You've moved it. We had a seconder, did we? I think we did. Yes, we did. All those in favour, please show. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Members, thank you. Dermot, Chris, thank you very much indeed. We do. We need to vote to go past 1 o'clock, go past 3 hours. Thank you very much. Can I have someone in favour? Thank you. Seconded? Yes, all in favour. Thank you very much. It is 1 o'clock, and we have 3 items left: hybrid working policy, the urgent business item, and then a Part B item. I'm going to suggest, a little bit reluctantly, that we break for lunch now. Otherwise, we may not take lunch till after 2 o'clock at this rate. Can I ask members, please, if they can, to have a quick lunch, and then we'll resume promptly, and then wrap it up as soon as we can. Is that okay, or do we want to carry on? We could do, if members are happy. What? If we go to Part B, then we'll have to come back to Part A for the other items. That's not a problem, is it?
No, it's not. Just stop.
Do we?
Part B might be quite a decent length.
Yeah.
If you want a break.
Jill, the only problem is Part B. We haven't got the officers for Part B yet, and it could be quite lengthy. Can I ask? We have a short lunch break. If need be, people bring their lunch back in, and we'll carry on, and either with Part B to start with, or go through quickly to Part B. But I do think we need a break now, otherwise attention might wander. So, can I suggest we have a 15-minute break, and we come back and start promptly at 1:20. And Jill, I do hear what you say, but let's take a break for 15 minutes. Thank you. stayed on. I'm told that we are quorate, just. So please don't leave in the middle of an item, otherwise we might have to abandon everything. I promise we will get through the remaining items as quickly as we can, but what we're going to do now is we're going to jump to Part B and take the Walsall Moors Estate Pump Farm item first. So, can I have a mover to move into Part B, please, and a seconder? Thank you. All in favour? Thank you very much. So, can you flick the switch? before we wrap up. Thank you for your stamina. So we're going to go to the item on hybrid working, item 15. Emily, could you come up and join us, please? So Emily is deputising for Teresa Reid, and we'll just briefly introduce this item. Emily, when you're ready.
So I'm presenting this item on behalf of the blended working group that's referenced in the report. But since the COVID lockdowns were lifted, all employers have considered their longer term position in terms of hybrid working. And as members will be aware, the authority took a decision to do a year's trial on hybrid working once the COVID restrictions were lifted. And as part of that, management team concluded that hybrid working is here to stay for those roles that it's appropriate for, and that other employers were taking similar decisions, and that it was helping in terms of their recruitment and retention of staff. So to formalise the hybrid working at the authority, we've developed the draft policy at Appendix 1 for your approval, coupled with the guidance note at Appendix 2 for you to note. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. I think it's pretty self-explanatory, but any questions or comments? Pete, and then Patrick, and then Kath, and David.
Oh, thanks. I think this is all there. It's all there somewhere, but it certainly needs a lot of work. It needs tightening up dramatically, this document, before you can use it as a policy, and before the other bit, the guidance lines, because there's an awful lot of should, would, possibly, could be in there, and you can't run a policy which says maybe. And obviously you're going to refer to the guidelines whilst implementing the policy, and I think if you ended up in a tribunal, you're going to be in hot water with any lawyer if it says should, would, might. Particularly, I think, okay, on a practical sense, I think there's no numbers in there, and I don't know whether that's sort of lurking in the background about how many people are going to want to hot desk, how many people are allowed in the building at any one time, how do they request that, and how do you optimise that so you've not got everybody turning up on a Friday to hot desk when there aren't the desks available. That's a practical thing. It doesn't say, and it's implied, but it doesn't actually say that everybody uses a work laptop and a work laptop only. It doesn't say they have to be at home, or can they be in the coffee shop. There are other ways of accessing the email. You can work from your phone. And is email work access? If you're sitting in a coffee shop looking through your park emails and using the coffee shop's Wi-Fi, is that a valid, I mean, I can, obviously, and certainly I do every now and then work remotely. So there's a few things there. And I think the specific days working things, if you've got lots of heads of service agreeing with people, and the forms aren't here, so I can't see how it works. Heads of service agreeing with people that work for them which days they come into the office. How do you justify that and make sure not everybody wants to come in on a Tuesday? So you've got to have the full range of desks. You understand what I mean? It's sort of giving everybody the option to choose every option, where there must be some restriction and some control of it. In that respect. I did wonder if this had been referred to any other companies who actually run hybrid working policies or working for home policies, because to me, I can't see any relationship to the people that I know that do hybrid working and that do work from home. My daughter and my son-in-law both work at home all the time, and sometimes are required to go into the office. And there's a very very strict procedure about when they're required to go into the office. They know, they get an email saying this is mandatory, you must be in the office. So those sort of things need to be worked out. On page 260 it says they must have rest, but it would be unpaid. Now that's I don't understand. Because if you're in the office, you go and have a coffee, but that's paid for, and that's rest from work. So I think that needs to be, that's on page 260. You must take rest, it says, and that would be unpaid. So I don't understand that. There's no indication of the hours of work that are required. Most people who work at home work sort of odd hours. Right, you know, you take the kids to school and then you start working, and then your partner knocks off early and goes and picks up the kids from school. And that's what a lot of people use home working and hybrid working for. Yeah. There's one point, it says the job, you can't do hybrid working till you've been employed for 6 months, but if you advertise the job as being hybrid working, how's that going to fit? A lot of people are going to come new to the organisation to want to be working at home or doing hybrid working because they've got other commitments. If you insist they come into the office for the first 6 months, and then most of the team are working at home anyway, I don't see how that gels properly with what's going on. And I think there's several references to 1 week's notice of a change of arrangements. And I don't think that's enough. I think there has to be a much more considered process to changing working arrangements. You can't just say to somebody, okay, you've got hybrid ways. Next week I won't be in the office all week, because they'll be set themselves up for other things. Yeah, I think I'll leave it there. That's probably enough. I've got other thoughts on it as well, but if anybody wants to come back to me and discuss it in future, that's fine. Thank you.
Pete, thank you. I'm going to ask Phil in a minute, or Emily and Phil, to respond, but can I hear from other members, and then we'll come back to that. But thank you for going through that so forensically. Patrick.
Thanks, Pete, because you put much better than my mind was going some of my concerns about this. It did strike me as being not as clear as it always could be as it went through. It's not an area of expertise that I have at all, but I've felt uncomfortable about it. And what I didn't pull out, but it may be here somewhere that I've not got properly, is how this relates to those services where we have what I might call customers. I'm not surprisingly thinking particularly of the planning service, but others, and their accessibility, the ability of people to come into the office and make inquiries of planning officers and so on and so forth, and making sure that the customer is somewhere right at the top of the system. I agree with the idea of being flexible. I'm not trying to be difficult about that, but this strikes me as being a bit too open-ended in the wrong sort of direction. That's my concern. And on a very, it's not trivial actually, but on a very basic basis, paragraph 5.7, my daughter works at County Hall, and she has a lot of home working, which I can assure you she works the hours because it's the nature of the job she has to do. But when she's called into County Hall and has to hot desk, she says it's absolutely disgusting. Every time she goes there, she has to wipe out the desk and clean out the mess that somebody's made before them. And I do wonder, although it says it's your responsibility to clean up after yourself, I do wonder who polices that and makes sure it happens. Because hot desking may have some benefits. I mean, I would hate to work in it, frankly, but it may have some benefits. But it has to be fair to everybody. And other people's mess is not nice to pick up from, as somebody will find out with my banana skin shortly.
Patrick, thank you. Kath.
Thank you, Chair. I question whether this application would have benefited from being discussed at the local joint committee, which hasn't met for a considerable time. I think it would have been good to have heard what officers had actually said. and communicated this in that way. So I am
Okay.
disappointed that it hasn't met and this hasn't been discussed.
Kath, thank you. We'll come back to officers in a minute. David and then Yvonne.
Yeah, I've got one point, but a point just arising from what Pete said. Surely, unless we're going to get rid of all the desks, people who homework have got a desk in here as well. So it wouldn't matter what day. You're not likely to ever get overcrowded, are you? Because they've got a desk and an office.
Hot desking, the way I understand it, is that there are maybe 20, if there are 120 employees, there are only 20 desks in the office. Yeah, and if they if they come in, they can take a desk. But there's a system for booking a desk before you come in. Can I have a desk when I get to the office? Yes, you have desk 15 or whatever. But you don't have everybody in the office all at the same time. So you say,
sorry, can I suggest? I think we better go to Phil just for a bit more clarity here.
Yeah, thank you. I will cover that point, but the other points as well. So we don't have a desk booking system here. We have a much higher proportion of desks to people. We have a separate document, which is our accommodation framework, which codifies how many people you have in your team who have to be in the office, how many people have the option of working from home, and a very generous provision of desks per people means that we have, we've designed the system so that we will virtually never have more people in the building than desks. So, it's a different world. We're not in that hardcore book a desk. They've had desk booking at Moors for the Future office and everyone hated it, and it's just not necessary. We've got enough space. Kath, it has gone through staff committee and it's gone through Unison. Joint committee is only when there's an issue that needs to be resolved that hasn't been resolved earlier on, and these all have been. We had extensive input from Unison that have now informed this. One of the reasons that some people are talking about it being loose or woolly or whatever, that is purposeful because we have a situation where it's incredibly hard to recruit people into this organisation, and we have to be able to offer flexibility. If we had a document that was very codified, very strict, it's a deterrent for people working here. We've designed something that tries to give people a balance of being able to work from home some of the time, but needing to be in at other times. So we don't send emails saying you have to come in. Your place of work contractually is this office or another office. So that's it. That's your place of work. You can work from home. We allow you to do that. It's all agreed with your manager. It's all managed. There are core days that we try and encourage people to be in so that there's a sense of kind of community and collaboration. So that's all designed in here. We don't insist that people have to work in the office for the first 6 months. We may say if someone's new, then they need to be in so they can get a handover and learning. And so any home working has always been, or has to be agreed by the manager anyway when it's appropriate and when it suits. I think the 1 week's notice for changing arrangements, let me assure you, this is about 6 months on now and we still haven't agreed this policy. Any change takes months to agree here. So no one is going to have something sprung on them in a week, because the processes we go through for consulting with staff committee, Unison, and so on. So there's no danger there, I think, in anyone feeling a change is going to be imposed on them. And the cleaning up after yourselves, I mean, generally, people coming in, they're not actually genuinely hot desking in the sense that others might. They're going back to the desk that they always sit in. Very occasionally, someone else might have sat in that desk on a day when they were at home. We also have quite an extensive cleaning contract here that goes around and cleans up anyway at the end of each night. So again, apart from your banana skin there, Patrick, I'm not sure we really have an issue with this. Generally, it's not an issue. Hopefully that's cleared up some of those points.
Okay, thank you. David, back to you. Yeah.
Just to say, backing up 1.6 and the zero carbon target, it's interesting that Moors for the Future did a carbon footprint on the organisation, And this is an organisation that's flying helicopters onto moors for 4 months of the year and using heavy equipment. And the biggest carbon footprint was attributed to staff commuting.
David, thank you. Yvonne.
Some of the points of what thanks, Chair, I wanted to pick up on, I think Peter's raised them. But I just wanted to clarify, we're on page 260, employers must take a minimum of 30 minutes lunch break, unpaid break. Is that regarded as being lunch break, or is that an additional 30 minutes?
So what number? What number?
Page 260. Pete made reference to it. The 30 minutes unpaid rest break. When it says rest break, are we is that in regards to a lunch break, or is that also inclusive of their paid lunch break as well? So I think we need clarity on the paragraph where the 3 bullet points are.
So most people would take that as their lunch break rather than having another break as well. But then equally, because of the flexibility that you can see, some people may wish to chop and change, but that I understand is a statutory thing, that once you've worked for those hours, you have to take it and it's unpaid. That's no different to the contracts that all staff have got here. So it's not over and above anything different, it's just putting it in writing.
Whether they work at home or not.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. The other point I want to make is the last 2 sentences at the bottom of that page. When employees should notify their line manager by telephone as soon as reasonably practical. If we have an instance where there's an emergency and that person is in hospital, say Sunday night, even to Monday morning, can somebody phone on their behalf if they're not able to do so? Because I'm just talking about my personal experience whereby I couldn't phone work, somebody had to phone on my behalf. I think something like that maybe.
So again, that's standard practice. So I've had colleagues where their partners had to phone on their behalf, or I've received a text message that clearly the individual staff member hasn't been capable of writing. It's just about getting that communication in any way that helps us.
So would it be wise to put that in there to say they can use other means of communication instead of just telephone as soon as reasonable?
Well, again, it's just mirroring policies that we've got elsewhere that have worked.
Right, okay. The last point I've got is on page 263. I wanted clarification. If they are hybrid employees, do they have to have their own personal insurance? The bottom of page 263.
So again, this is a catch-all that employees should make their home insurers aware, but in terms of the actual equipment that the employees are using, so the laptops, for example, that's covered by the work insurance, but it's just in terms of them checking whether there's any difference to their personal home insurance as a result of home working.
Yvonne, thank you. And I've got Mike, James, and then we'll finish with you, Pete. Mike.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to move the recommendation. I think I'm greatly reassured by Phil's comments, because I was getting a bit worried that we were making a bit of a meal out of this. I do think, as the employer, we have to recognise the labour market circumstances that we are in at present. And the whole point of having hybrid working is to provide flexibility to the employee. And yeah, I think all the comments about hot desking and so forth aren't really relevant here, because we do still have quite a large amount of office accommodation, which, if we are going to create more business spaces here for other firms, then we will have to come back and review that at a later date. But I mean, if people want some reassurance, I mean, you could add an additional recommendation that this policy be reviewed after, say, a year. and so that we can monitor how it's worked out, over the next 12 months. But I can't really see a problem with this.
Okay. Mike, thank you. You've moved it. James.
I think it's a terrific idea by Mike, by the way. So I'm not quite sure how the remote cleaner is going to work by way of keeping the desk tidy. We have to do this. It's the way the employment market's going. We're struggling getting people to work here. We're struggling. So we have to do this. I think it probably warrants a further review for somebody who hasn't read it to make sure that there's no room for misinterpretation. I get, Phil, the need for flexibility, but it reads, and just looking over Pete's 8 pages of notes here, it can't be open to misinterpretation. That's the most important thing, that it's not open to misinterpretation. So I suggest, with Mike's proviso that it's reviewed in a year, I suggest we press ahead with it, absolutely. And that just one more set of eyes go over it to make sure that there's no misinterpretation here at all.
Okay, James, thank you.
Thank you.
Pete, back to you to finish with.
Okay, well, thanks for the clarification, Phil. That makes me feel happier. Just a plea, as I've made many times before, is with the policy document, the paragraphs aren't numbered, and most paragraphs, most papers we get, the paragraphs are numbered, and we have had trouble locating things. Yvonne was saying on so-and-so page, but if you're referring to something, you want to refer to somebody to a point on a policy, it's much better to be able to say paragraph number. So there was that. On page 263, the IT equipment supplied, it doesn't say laptop. It doesn't say you're supplying a laptop. I'm assuming we are. And that's the only piece of equipment that should be used to link into the system. And the set of rules that everybody should be available to on 264 and previously as well for the foreign author. Should there be GDPR rules in there as well? Because it's got health and safety, blah, blah, blah. And I know GDPR is referred to earlier on, but maybe it should be in the list of documents that everybody should be available, should be au fait with.
Pete, thank you. That's been noted. Ken, just come to you to finish with.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think we need to be clear that we're looking at two documents. We're looking at a policy document and then a guidance document. And I think that's part of the issue of being betwixt and between. For me, the policy document is quite specific. It's maintain, be responsible, ensure. It's must. It is specific. The guidance document, which as a guidance document, is inevitably perhaps a little more woolly. So I make this comment for the benefit of those who have to re-look at these two documents in order to pick up on the points that members have made about woolliness or specificity and things like that. That was it, Chair.
Thank you. Phil or Emily, any concluding thoughts in response to those final comments?
Yep, so in response to IT, there's 3 pieces of equipment that a member of staff might have. So if you're totally office-based, then you'd be given a desktop because it's not being moved. And then if you are a hybrid worker, you'd either be given a laptop or a very mini desktop that can be easily moved between your places of work, dependent upon the role. So for critical roles within the authority, then those officers would have a laptop because of the business continuity.
Yeah, maybe just in the list there you want a systems unit of appropriate type or something, because it just looks like you're not going to get the
trouble is, Pete, that's going into such a level of detail. Some of this, I think, is encapsulating.
Sorry, it does do it. It specifies mouse, keyboard, whatever, but it's just that. It's just an addition of desktop or laptop. I think that's what.
Yeah.
People.
Sure. So it's been moved. Is there a seconder for this as well? And then Mike, as the mover, there was a suggestion that possibly we could have a third recommendation to say that the policy and guidance will be subject to review, periodic review or something like that. Leave it. Don't constrain us to 12 months or 6 months or something like that. But I think officers know exactly what we're saying. And I think there's been some really good points. Pete, in particular, thank you for going through that with the tooth comb. And as you heard from Phil, there is a balance to be struck here by being too prescriptive and turning people off, coming to us as a flexible, welcoming employer. So there is a balance. But Phil and Emily, I know you've taken on board a lot of those points, and we'll go through these two documents again with Teresa just to make sure that there isn't too much ambiguity in certain areas, and that we're not, as James and others have said, left ourselves open to misinterpretation. So on that basis...
Can I just say, I think any review could be carried out by the P&R committee. I don't think it has to come to the full authority.
So on that basis, with a third recommendation that both policy and guidance will be subject to periodic review, which we anticipate will be probably coming back to P&R instead of authority. All those in favour? Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Thank you. And then we have no reports from outside bodies, so we'll just deal with the urgent business item whilst Ruth scoots off.
Ruth, would you mind telling Amy I'll be a few minutes for that 2 o'clock call?
And the very final item, which is the urgent business item, Phil, appointment of interim monitoring officer. Thank you, Emily.
Thank you. So this is just sort of belt and braces, make sure we've got all of our approvals right. So with the disestablishment of the head of law, at that point, we need the authority to appoint a monitoring officer from the internal system. If we go out to appoint an external monitoring officer, that's a separate game. But at the moment, it's fine for Ruth to be the interim monitoring officer. Andrea finishes her time with us on the 18th of June. And it's at that point that the head of law role will be disestablished. And it's from that point on that I'm asking the authority to approve Ruth as the interim monitoring officer until we have the authority solicitor, should that role be agreed later on in July, appointed, who would then become the monitoring officer. So this is just covering to make sure we've got the right approvals in place for essentially Ruth to carry on in her role.
Move it, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Second it. All in favour? Thank you very much indeed. Members, thank you very much indeed. It's been a long session, but appreciated.